haven't had the chance to come together, to support each other, to listen to each other's dogs barking, to just share in the experience of, meeting our mission. And I really want to thank you for committing yourself to this day, to saying, I'm going to be here, I'm going to be engaged. We know that it's been a tough semester. It's following another, 3 previous very tough semesters. I know right now you're thinking we're partway through this first semester. You want to grab that second wind. You want to get through the end of the semester, and you want to talk about something else other than COVID. So while you won't really get the chance to catch your breath today, you will get a chance to talk about something other than COVID. And it's something that really is critically important to us. It's important to our sustainability, but it's also important to our ability to serve the state, to serve our communities. And that is really a focus on the adult learner. And some of you may think, well, of course, we've always served adult learners. This really isn't anything new, but it is time, I think, for us to refocus, to think about the way in which we are serving the adult learner and the way in which we attract the adult learner to come and take advantage of what we do have to offer. So we want to spend the day really thinking about and planning together on how our colleges, the 13 colleges, can attract and serve the adult learner better, and how we can do it better than anybody else, because we now know, of course, and it's been this way for many years now, there's a lot of competition to serve those adult learners. And many of those institutions with whom we compete to serve the adult learner, frankly, don't serve them as well as we can. They don't serve them as cost effectively. They don't actually help them get better lives. We can, but we can only do so if we can attract them by providing the right kinds of programs, the right kinds of support services, the right kind of delivery methods. So let me start by really thanking the planning team, because it was a big planning team that really did all the work to really create this. It's an opportunity to both learn and to plan, and they really did all the work on this. And of course, I want to start with Landon Pirius, our Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. It really is his baby more than anybody's. He's really worked hard on this, and really want to thank you, Landon. And then, of course, he was supported by a lot of other folks. Tricia Johnson, the Vice President at the Westminster campus for Front Range. Angela Marquez, the Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Community College of Aurora. Great event at CCA last night, by the way. I was really thrilled to see the turnout there to welcome Dr. Brownlee. There's a lot of enthusiasm there. Also, of course, Samantha Kalinowski, our IR person here at the system office, who has really done what we hoped could be done with a system IR, really turned it into an incredible resource, not just for us at the system, but for all of you at the colleges. And Li-Ling Su, who works with her, along with Kelly Graves, both at CCCS IR. We've got Mike Macklin from CCCS Academic Affairs, along with Michael Schulman. Those two guys just carry an incredible load here at the system office. And Tina Parscall from CCCS Online, CCC Online rather, and John Schmall, also at CCC Online. So thank you all for really leading this work. So some of you may ask, why are we now focused on the adult learner, or haven't we always been focused on the adult learner? And I think those are really important questions we do need to be answering today. For right now, as we look at the individuals who are out there, we've known, and the pandemic really, I think, helped expose the importance of having a credential beyond high school. Not just because, as we always argue, your lifetime earnings will be higher, you'll be less likely to be unemployed for long periods of time, you'll be more likely to have access to health care, and thus you'll be more likely to be healthy, you'll be more likely to contribute to your community. But what we saw in the pandemic was that the people who lost their jobs almost instantly were those service workers who didn't have a post-secondary credential. People with post-secondary credentials largely were able to really avoid the worst economic impacts, anyway, of the pandemic. They were able to adapt, they were able to work from home, They were able to work remotely in a way that service industry workers just could not. And we know it's really becoming harder and harder to earn a family sustaining wage under the best of circumstances, even without the pandemic, if you don't have a college credential. You can get a job, but can you get a job that will pay a living wage? And our mission has always been focused on helping people to build better lives and stronger communities. And a lot of those people are over the age of 25 who did not go to school straight out of high school, did not go on to college straight out of high school. And I was asked to share an individual student story, and I've met so many adult students over the years who've gone on to be successful. But the one that's easiest for me to tell, is the one that's most familiar to me, really is my own mother, because she was, like so many of our students, she had started at college. But after less than 1 year, she got married and soon became a teen mom and soon became a mother of 5, married to my dad, who was in the Army. And she had to put her educational goals on hold. And she put them on hold for a really long time as she traveled the world as an adult, as a Army spouse and mother of 5, and worked odd jobs here and there where she could. But really, when we were all in school, when we were all frankly in high school, she really wanted to go back to college. She had worked in a bus barn at the local school district, dispatching buses. She had been a self-taught sewing machine repair person because she had used to sew all her clothes and had an old sewing machine that she always had to take apart and rebuild. So she worked as a sewing machine repair person. But those are jobs she didn't need a college degree for. Ultimately, when we were in high school, she went back to a community college. At the time we were living in Virginia, she went to Northern Virginia Community College, and she was in her 50s at that point. She finished her associate's degree, and then she moved on and got her 4-year degree. And then in her late 50s, she was able to get a job that required a college degree and allowed her to do things that she really loved. She worked for a number of Hispanic nonprofits focused on healthcare disparities. She was a book reader for National Book Awards for Spanish books. She just did everything she could do because she finally had that degree. She had a better life. Now, at that point, income didn't mean quite as much, but it was still important. So she was able to get jobs that paid a living wage and really that she found rewarding. I think that is a story of many of our students. I still remember when I was at Pikes Peak Community College 20 years ago, and we had a program for mothers who wanted to come back to school. And I remember talking to one of those mothers after she was enrolled, and she told me it took her 3 visits to the campus before she actually got registered for classes. Because she said the first time she came, she couldn't get out of her car. She couldn't leave the parking lot. She was afraid. She was afraid of what it'd be like to be back in a classroom. She didn't know if she could do it. She didn't know if she'd have the ability or the time or the focus. And she didn't know if she could sit alongside in a classroom with 18 and 19-year-olds and be competitive. So she came in once, drove around the parking lot, and then just left and went home. And then came back later, and this time she got into the building, but really couldn't get any further. She didn't know who to ask in order to get to the enrollment and registration office. But that 3rd time she came in and she finally got into the registration office and she talked to someone and talked to an advisor who helped put her at ease and helped get her registered and signed up for classes. And I was talking to her at the end of her 1st year, and she was loving it. She was enjoying it. She was challenged by it, but she knew that this was going to be her way to a better life. So we know, you've all heard stories like that. You've all met folks like that. But again, that is really a place where we play a special role. Now, we already serve a lot of adults, I know that, but we also know that our workforce is really diversifying, but our workforce also is much more reliant on people with a post-secondary credential. When I got out of high school, about 1/4 of all jobs required a post-secondary credential. 1/4. Most people didn't go to college. Now in Colorado, we know it's about 75% of all jobs will need some post-secondary training. Not a 4-year degree, but some training. And we have the ability to provide that. So we know we can do it in a variety of ways. We can do it through certificate programs, associate degree programs. We can get our adult students involved in the bridge to the bachelor's programs. But we do know our adult students are more likely to take CTE programs. They're certainly more likely to go part-time, and they are more likely, frankly, to get better grades than their 18 and 19-year-old counterparts. When they get here and we get them enrolled and we provide the right support services, they're successful. That's where we really need to be focused. But I think for too long, we've tried to serve adult students the same way we teach the traditional age students. We have classes at the traditional times on the traditional days delivered through traditional instructional means. And when we say we want to serve adults, but we want to serve them the same way we serve 18 and 19-year-olds, then we're not really being sincere in saying we want to serve them, because we're not going to serve them effectively. We know the institutions that do serve them effectively, or at least attract them, the for-profits, the nonprofits that act like for-profits, are ones that really do cater to those students and that provide not just the instruction, but this is key, the necessary student support services they need, and deliver those services in a way that's accessible and that can really help them. And again, not just because they're adults, but because they're also far more likely to be parents. So it's important for the individuals that we provide those opportunities, but it's also important for us. We know that we're not going to be able to survive. We're not going to be able to, we're in a market where we are competing for pretty much a flat or declining number of high school graduates. We're seeing greater competition from other, again, for-profit institutions, from online institutions, and the universities are going after students who they used to, see as our students, the students who needed extra supports, the students who were low income, the students who were academically underprepared. Well, the universities are looking for those students now because they also have excess capacity. So we have to look beyond the 18 and 19-year-olds if we want to fill up our own classrooms, if we want to keep our college doors open. And think about it in the example of our rural schools. When I talk to our rural presidents, they talk, and for a very good reason, about expanding athletic programs, for example, and adding dorm rooms, because that's the only way they can compete for those high school students. But we have to stop looking at the high school students as the only way to fill our classrooms. Rural schools, like urban schools, need to be looking around the community and saying, what are the needs of our adult workers? How can we help them gain the skills they need to get better jobs and build stronger lives and stronger communities? So it's really a way to help students, but focusing on adult students is really a way to ensure the long-term viability of our colleges. We need them. And I think that, as I said before, while we're serving them now, I don't think we've taken all the steps that we could to look at our structures, our policies, our processes, our programs, and importantly, our support services to make sure that we are adult serving institutions. Many of our schools focus on being HSIs, Hispanic serving institutions. And we've long said, we want to be actually Hispanic serving, not just Hispanic enrolling. We want to make sure our Hispanic students are successful. So we need to think about how we serve them. Well, we need to have that same kind of focus on adult learners. What is it they need that might be different than our 18 and 19-year-olds? And when do we deliver our courses? What are the courses and programs we deliver? How do we deliver them? I remember when I was president at CSU Pueblo and talking to our faculty and our provost at the time, and I knew that our classrooms were pretty much full between 9 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, Monday through Thursday, but really not any other times. Well, our adult learners aren't looking for 9 to 2 Monday through Thursday. We are really shooting ourselves in the foot by making schedules that accommodated our faculty, but did not accommodate our students. We need to make sure that at our colleges, individual faculty members aren't defining schedules or controlling classrooms really to meet their needs, but really think about how we can meet our students' needs. Now, I know a lot of you have made a lot of progress in those areas in recent years, but we really need to stay focused on that. Again, we're not here to serve ourselves. We're not here to serve our faculty. We're here to serve the students who come to us and entrust us with helping us improve their lives. Now, what have we seen in recent years? And what we've seen is, frankly, that adult learners, the enrollment of adult learners has been decreasing. The data books that you have that for your individual colleges really show what your enrollment trends have been over the last 3 years. And we've seen pretty consistent declines in the enrollment of adult students, both in absolute numbers and as a percentage of the total. But I asked our great IR folks to look back a little bit longer, to look back 10 years and tell me how we looked 10 years ago. Well, in this most recent school year, adult learners, those over the age of 25, were about 34% of our total student population. And that translates to about 38,500 adult students. Seems like a lot. But in 2011, 2012, 10 years ago, we enrolled 73,000 adult learners. That was fully 50% of our total enrollment. So we've seen a decline of 50% almost in the percentage and number of adult students we serve. That's not a trend that we can afford to continue. So during the past 3 years, as I said, about 35% of our enrolled students were adult learners, but they accounted for about 50% of our dropouts, meaning we were not doing a very good job of retaining them. They're far more likely as adult students to drop all courses than younger students. So what we want to think about today is, how do we change that? What is our vision going to be? What are our goals? And the vision for our colleges, really, I think all of you would agree, is to be the provider of choice for the adult learner in Colorado by building sustaining pathways to quality credentials, and especially knocking down barriers, not just for adults, but adult learners of color, because we know that adult learners of color, or rather just adults of color, are far less likely to have a post-secondary credential and are far more likely to be unemployed or underemployed. And we know we can do this, and we can do it better than anybody else. But we also know that over the last couple of decades, we've seen far more competition, not just for our high school, recent high school graduates, but for adult learners. And that competition really hasn't come from other universities, but it's come from for-profit online providers, or even what I call not-for-profit providers who operate like for-profit providers. And I'll name them. Southern New Hampshire University is coming strong into our state. CSU Global has been here now for several years and is continuing to grow with a limited number of programs, but very much targeted at working adults. Same with Western Governors University. But then also Grand Canyon, Arizona State, all these providers who are trying to become the Amazon of higher education and enroll literally hundreds of thousands of students, and students who would be better served if they would come to our institutions. But again, we need to communicate to them that we have the programs they need and that we can deliver them in the manner they need and at a price, frankly, that I can afford, that they can afford. So goal number one, we want to reimagine our business and education models to meet the needs of adult students over the age of 25. And goal number two, we want to develop and provide equitable programs and supports for adult students of color, as well as adults who are low income, just as we try to do that for the traditional age students who are students of color or who are low income. And goal number three, we want to develop and provide pathways which allow the adult learner to combine their learning with their life, their jobs, their work, their parenting responsibilities, their caregiving responsibilities. Our adult learners have so many other challenges, and we need to be aware of them, and we need to provide the kind of wraparound support services that will allow them to be successful. And lastly, and I think this is critically important, we can do all those things, but if we don't raise awareness of and successfully market those programs and those services to adult learners, we're not helping them and we're not helping us. We need to do a better job of telling our story and attracting those students. So what are we going to do today? Well, our morning is going to be focused on learning. Who are the adult learners? It's great. We have a panel of our adult students from some of our colleges. I always find it illuminating to hear from actual students who can tell us what their experience has been and why they came back and what they encountered along the way. Sometimes they identify for us obstacles we didn't even know existed. So I think we really need to listen to them. What did it take for them to come back? What were the barriers? What services have we provided that have allowed them to be successful? And then we want to talk about who we are as colleges and as a system. So we've got a panel of our college experts and workforce practitioners who are going to, again, help us learn. We've got Chancellor Lennon, Vice President of Learning and Work at the Lumina Foundation. And I want to take a minute here to thank Chancellor and the Lumina Foundation because they've awarded us a significant grant to help us, again, better serve adult students and particularly adult students of color. They've invited us to join their REACH network. They've provided us with technical assistance through the technical assistance partner, ESG. And so we really want to work hard to develop better pathways for those adult learners. And then I always love hearing from from our state demographer, Elizabeth Garner. Always so much information about how Colorado is changing. What are the demographic trends here in the state of Colorado? And then a close colleague of mine, Lee Wheeler-Berliner. Lee runs the Colorado Workforce Development Council. I'm a member of that council. He's going to tell us about the Colorado labor market and the talent pipeline. His job is really to help identify where we've got gaps. We've got a lot of people who are out of work, but we've got a lot of employers who are unable to find qualified workers to hire. He really wants to help us identify where we have leaks in that talent pipeline and how to repair those leaks. And that's really where we play such an important role. And then after lunch, we're going to hear from our system IR. They're going to walk through the data sets that were sent to you prior to this summit. And I really hope all of you have taken the time to look through those data sets because there's a lot of just really wonderful information in there. It can help us understand where we're doing well and where we're falling short and where opportunities exist. So then you're going to take that information, and this afternoon, you're going to roll up your sleeves and sit down with your colleagues at your college, and you're going to look at that data, you're going to reflect on it, and you begin to plan your college's adult learner strategy. What are you going to do? What are you going to do differently? What are you going to do in addition to what you're doing now to help design the programs and the support services and the marketing strategy to attract those adult learners and to serve those adult learners? And then at the end of the day, we're going to come back together. I'm really looking forward to this. And as a large group, we're going to report out. Obviously, you won't be able to tell us everything you've done during the afternoon, but we want to hear some of the highlights. What have you done? What have you thought about? What are your individual goals at your college to help you better serve those adult learners? So I know I've taken way too much time, but I also know this is really important. So I know we can do better. I know we can be better at telling our story and then enrolling and helping adult students complete. We know our system has a strong history of reinvention, and we're supposed to be, by our very own statutory mission, we're supposed to be nimble and responsive to the needs of the learners in our community, of the businesses in our community. We're supposed to be innovative, and we have been. We've done a lot of things over the years that were really challenging, but were transformational. And just let me give you two examples. 15 years ago, we didn't have concurrent enrollment that existed the way it does now, that was accessible to everybody in the state, in every school district in the state, and just about every high school in the state. But now we have concurrent enrollment that is statewide, and we are serving tens of thousands of students every year, and they are better off. Now, we know the system isn't perfect, and we're working to make it better, but we know it is dramatically better than it was prior to 2009 when the law was changed. And then another big one, remedial redesign. I mean, when I was at Pikes Peak 20 years ago, a third of our students who were enrolled in remedial courses. Too many of those students, unfortunately though, didn't ever move out of those remedial courses. Think about how many students used to start there and stay there. They languished there, they never emerged, they never moved into college level courses in completion. I know that wasn't the case for all students, but it was the case for far too many. We've changed those things, even though they were very disruptive. And we did it because it allowed us to better serve our state and our students. That's what we need to do now with our adult learners. So it's a lot of work. I'm looking forward to the panel. We cannot put this off. I know we have a lot of other things underway. This one is mission critical, not just to us, but to the communities we serve. So thank you. We've got to reimagine our approach. We've got to develop and provide equitable programs and supports. We've got to develop the right pathways, the right programs. And again, we've got to market those once we have them all together. So we can do it. We're going to do it. We must do it. Thanks, Landon. I know we're going next to the panel.
All right. Thank you, Joe. We are going to move to the panel, and for this, I'm going to introduce Tricia Johnson, who, Joe, you mentioned earlier, who helped us plan the summit. Patricia is a vice president at Front Range Community College, Westminster campus, and she has really worked hard to put this panel together and is going to facilitate the questions for the students. If you have, that'll go for a portion of the panel, then there'll be a little bit of an open time to ask questions of the panel. So if you have questions, feel free to type them in chat or use the raise hand feature, and we will call on you as we go. So I'll turn it over to you, Tricia.
Thanks so much, Landon. And I really appreciate this opportunity for us to kick the day off by hearing from our students and from our alumni. As Chancellor Garcia mentioned, the more we can listen to their experiences, the better we can be at serving our students and serving our community. So at this time, I would like to introduce the 4 students and alumni that we have this morning. We have Yulandi Forey, and she is a graduate from Arapahoe Community College. We have Tiana Hausler, who is a current student at Front Range Community College working on sociology. We have a current student, Shelly Maddox, from the Community College of Aurora, working on paralegal studies. And we have a graduate from Front Range Community College, Saracino, I apologize. So what I think I'll start off by doing now is just calling each of them and giving them a little bit of an opportunity to tell us about themselves, about the program they selected, why they selected that, and also what drew them to higher education at the community college. So Yulandi, if you'd like to start, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, my name is Yulandi Forey. I attended Arapahoe Community College, and I completed the Health Information Technology program there. And what drew me to that was the fact that I wanted to get into the medical field, but I also would have wanted to have the technical skills. And I love the fact that it was computers, medical, and the combination of that. And the reason why I was looking for that is because I have a dental technology background, been in that for 20 years, and I experienced the coming and the usage of computer software and designing dental appliances, and that's the future. So I figured, seeing I'm an adult student, I'm around 18 years old, and all the youngsters are nurses and doctors, and I wanted to be part of the medical field. But what kind of skill can I bring that's different than the normal medical field student? So that drew me to that, and I was really excited to have so much medical courses into that, and then being exposed to the new technical part, the computer part of that. So my experience at the college was great. One thing was the program was only offered online, which was great. I personally love to attend class. I like that one-on-one, and I also experienced being at community college in the East Coast, where I attended classes in person, that if you're an older student, you're not afraid of approaching the instructors. That is an advantage of being an adult student. You don't sit in the back of the class and run in late and run out. You're there to use them as a resource, and that was great, which was a little bit difficult online. Our instructors were really great in responding, but at my last semester, or actually last summer, I took a class in Excel, and I asked doctors and dentists, because I have a dental laboratory at home, who can help me with Excel? And everybody knows everything about Microsoft but Excel. And I was like, I have to pass this class. I need Excel. And I found the online tutoring on the Colorado system, community college system. I never knew about it before. And that application of, going through it and find a tutor that could help me with Excel was absolutely brilliant. And it was a 6-week accelerate course in Excel. And honestly, without the tutors that was actually from all over the country, helped me to get past that class. And I can remember, and if you were talking about schedules that's different, I was sitting with a young student from Boston University that helped me on a Friday night from 7 o'clock that night till 11 o'clock that night. And we walked through a work plan that I had for the next day. And she helped me back and forth. I was on an Apple computer. She was on a PC. We had that difficulty. And I thought to myself, she was a youngster. She didn't know who I was or whatever. She helped me through everything. And I didn't know her from anywhere. And so that's a program that Colorado has. It's absolutely amazing. Now, I don't think they cover all the classes that I had that there would be a tutor, but specifically for that, I can say I wouldn't have been able to pass it because nobody else around me that I asked was there for me to help me with that class. So that's great. And another thing that I would have liked as an adult student coming back after so many years is a mentor, somebody that's maybe in the field that I could reach out to, that's maybe in a facility, maybe that not constantly, but I could reach out because I did the practicum that I did last semester was great. It gave me insight on what health information is all about. But what I didn't realize after 7 semesters is how vast and how broad the field is. And I'm a person that really likes to go after skill sets. I believe that it's helped me in the past to have a skill set that somebody else doesn't have. My age doesn't matter, because my skill set is what they're after. So when I went for a practicum, I got hired at a health facility even actually before I graduated. And I was very excited to be able to be hired in the field that I went to school for, because I have 3 kids that I put through grad school, and a lot of their friends never ended up in the field that they spent 7 years in college for. And as an adult student, I think that is really a sad scenario that a lot of youngsters are experiencing today. All the money and effort that they put in to go to college, and then they end up in a completely different field because there's either no jobs for them or it's not really that practical. So after I was at this facility for 4 months, because the position they offered me in health information, I was able to learn everything in that position in 4 months. And I told the manager, if I can't continue learning, or if there isn't a path for me to grow, because I'm not 18 years old, I would do whatever it takes, learn more skills, do what I need to be able to earn an income that is sustainable, which in the first entry level wasn't that. And then I met a lot of other students from other colleges in the Colorado system that was much younger than me, and also said, well, what they offer us as entry level after you have associates doesn't make sense if you drive past facilities in the area that has their boards up and they offer more per hour than these youngsters that comes out of ACC or with the 2-year associates, and they make less. So that kind of mindset I can see with the younger students didn't make sense. So I felt that there's a little bit of a disconnect with the colleges and what the workforce needs. Because if there was another, for instance, certificate that I could have taken to learn Epic, for instance, and go and apply for this position and have a more software certifications behind my name, I might have ended up on a higher level. But I couldn't find it, and I found that only if you work for a health facility would they pay for your training for software companies. So that I really would have liked to have more. So I stopped working there, and now I'm back in school, because I also realized that certification is very heavy in this field that I am, because everybody I spoke with didn't ask if you have an associate's degree. They asked, are you certified in coding? Are you certified in data integrity? Are you certified? And I was like, nobody asked me if I went to school. They all after the certifications after that. And that was kind of like a eye-opening experience for me. So I'm back in school and I'm now following the certification to become a cancer registrar, which I also didn't know much about when I was at HCC. It was maybe a 2-page introduction to it, but also you need a certification. You need to go back to school for that. So there is a little bit of a, and also for health information, I never knew about it. And when my kids went to school, I never knew about community colleges. So I can honestly say that as a parent, community colleges are not at the forefront with the college counselor. They push the 4-year colleges, and I personally think that community colleges is a great step for students to find out what they want to do and not change their majors 5 times and spend our parents' money, that kind of thing. So I am all for community colleges, but they're not anywhere to be found. We don't know about them and what they offer. So if you guys can help with that, I think that, and even just for 18-year-olds, I went for adults. And for me as an adult, I would love to see more certifications that the workforce will actually look for. So that if I apply for a position and I can see I have all the skill sets, I'm being more marketable in the workforce. And that's what we all want.
Great. Thank you so much. Next I'm going to invite Tiana to share with us about her decision to study as a sociology student and about what drew her to the community college. Tiana, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. So hi, thank you so much for having me here, first off. I am a sociology student. I have been at Front Range for 3 semesters, and what drew me into Front Range and sociology was the community that I felt stepping in the doors at Front Range, and just the people like at the Welcome Center that definitely live up to their name as welcoming, and just utilizing them and having them there and meeting with an advisor straight away to kind of give me some guidance was really beneficial. And the reason why I came back to school as an adult learner was I have a son who is a senior this year, and I wanted to get my degree before he got his. And I thought that this was a great first step to get me back into it. And I wasn't ready quite for like a 4-year university. So I thought starting here would be great. And it has been an amazing experience so far. So I'm really happy to be here and to be a part of that. And was there anything else that you asked? Sorry, I'm kind of nervous.
Oh, you're doing great.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll kind of get into some more questions about supports and things that have worked for you or have not worked for you. So thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, Shelley, let's turn it over to you. We'd like to hear about your journey and what brought you to the Community College of Aurora.
Hi, first of all, so I started a bachelor's degree in pre-law many years ago. I got married and I had kids, just like the story before, and I had to leave college to take care of my family. So what I did was I ended up getting interested in nursing and in special education. So I did that for 12 years. I was a very accomplished nurse assistant. I made top pay in my field. And even during 2020, I worked in COVID-19 units. So I had the need to move up in my career. And I always had that pre-law sitting on the back burner because it was what I always wanted to do. So when I was faced with whether or not I should choose to go back to nursing school or back to finish my pre-law degree, I chose the legal degree because that was essentially going to earn me more money to take care of my family as a single parent. So I definitely needed that. And just again, what's been repeated is employment and the need to advance your career.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Shelley. And Chris, how about you? What you just recently graduated. What brought you back to school and to the community college?
Well, thank you for letting me join this panel. Can you guys hear me?
It's a little quiet, so maybe increase your speaking volume a little bit.
I just got a message that WebEx quit. All right, let's see. Here we go.
Oh, you sound
right.
good.
There we go. All right. Sorry, I apologize. So just thank you for letting me be on the panel. What brought me back to school was exactly like Chancellor Garcia said, was that places now are looking for higher education, whether it's an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree. I did 9 years in the military at a high school. So the biggest thing for me coming back was kind of getting back into learning. Till this day, trying to learn how to study is the hardest thing for me. Notes, everything like that, but that's the biggest thing for me. So being at Front Range, it was kind of the support that I got. Once I found the support, should say, when I first arrived at Front Range, I didn't know about all the academic help that there was, like the Academic Success Center, the Writing Center, the Math Centers that they were offered. I didn't know about any of those. But once I did find out about those, that made my experience a whole lot better. And then obviously support from the Veterans Club of other students that were veterans that did come back to school at an older age. It did assist me. So I guess knowing those avenues to go that are available for students, regardless if they're adult learners or right out of high school, I guess just knowing that there's that extra support is available. I work at the Welcome Center here at the Westminster campus, and I tell everyone, when I came, I wasn't told about, the Academic Success Center and other things like that. So I make sure that those are the key things that I point to or I talk about and I touch on, and I show where they are, so that when students do come in and, they're with their parents and, we go over course outline and, you pull up a biology and they kind of get that, that deer in the headlight kind of look. I say, don't worry, we have Academic Success Center where they can assign you an advisor or they can assign you a tutor or something like that. And their nerves kind of go down now that they know that there's that assistance for them. So I think that's one of the things that kind of I wish was available, kind of thing like that. But was said, I did go here. I did graduate in 2020 with my Associates of Arts. I now am at Metro, where I kind of take what I've learned here, and I'm doing my bachelor's there. But yeah, so like I said, just pretty much knowing when you first walk into a Welcome Center, what is available. There's things that I learn every day that what schools offer and what, we have and how it's being done is a good start especially for older students that come in and, I graduated high school in 2004, joined the military. I didn't study. So that, like I said, that was my biggest issue and biggest problem was learning how to study. And there's a lot of students that, are older students that haven't been to school since then, that may not know how to study and not know where to start. So I guess just knowing that first point of contact for school, what's available, and dive a little more into that with each student that walks in, was very successful and can be very successful.
I appreciate that, Chris. And I think that kind of can lead us into our next theme, and it's about supports. And so what I'm hoping the panel can do is share with us the type of supports that you used or you currently use if you're still in classes, and then really the type of support that you needed that maybe you didn't have access to or you didn't know was available. So if you can kind of think about that. Tiana, I'd love to hear from your perspective, what supports did you use and what other supports would you like to have seen?
Well, I will be honest, I use all the support. So if it's available, I use it. So I've used disability support services. I use tutoring, the Academic Success Center. I've used the Career Service Center. And kind of like what Chris had touched on was when I first started, I wasn't aware of all of those. So I went through the first semester kind of blind. And then I was hip to it, I guess. And they were like, do you have these other things? So I was able to help me to use those and to be successful. Some of the things that I wish were available is we have like information sessions and things like that are driven for.
I think you accidentally muted yourself just now.
Did I? Oh. Okay, sorry. So what I was mentioning before is those support services that I was using, I learned a little later. I would have liked something, sooner. So that information and support given earlier on would have been helpful. And then we talk, it's community. So having a community for adult learners would be really beneficial. So you can, because in classes, you kind of can feel alone sometimes. You're the only one in a room of 18 and 19-year-olds. So you can feel a little out of place. So having support or, something that fosters community for adult learners would be really helpful.
Wonderful. So Yolandi, I saw a smile there. But you have something, a similar idea or other things from a support perspective?
Well, something that really helped me, I was in my first semester thrown by the semester instructor into a group to do a group project. And it just so happened in my last semester that one of them were in the same class. And the instructor now in our practicum course that we took encouraged us to reach out to other students to have a study buddy. And so the student reached out to me, asked me, because she recognized my name that we did a project, we never met each other, reach out to me if I want to study together, tackle this course together, which was the best thing ever. She's my own kid's age, but it wasn't, it didn't matter because we both had to struggle and get through this course. And having that some connection with another human being that going through and actually, FaceTime each other and really put a name to a face, helped both of us. And now we still in contact. We meet each other at least every 2 weeks because we are kind of following the same direction. And I wish I had more of that. I wish I had met more students or had the opportunity to have something like a Microsoft Teams, that you had that access, click on a link and you can see students that's willing to, let's just throw some ideas together how to tackle this class, because everything was so new. This is a new whole field that I didn't know about. So like I said, that was great that the instructor encouraged us to find somebody to study with. That helped a lot.
Wonderful. Shelley, what about you? What kind of supports that you're utilizing or things that you wish you had access to?
Okay, so let me pull up my note here. So on my specific end, I use the financial aid a lot. That's very important to my education. I also did student loans. That's a big issue. And other than that, I don't really need much academic support, but I do work in the admissions office as a student worker, and I am a former member of the student government. So I've heard a number of different complaints and issues from other students, especially adult students, because we do see a lot of adult students in both of those areas. So that's what I'm speaking from right there. So I have also heard the need for tutoring services, as mentioned before. And financial aid is a huge deal for the students. Scheduling, I think, has already also been mentioned. They all want childcare. They need childcare. I waited until my children were old enough that I could come back to school without having to put them in childcare. But childcare is a very big issue that I've heard among my classmates. And they do have families. We all have families. We have kids to support. This has all been mentioned. So they all need those community supports. Some things that I have seen within my own school that I have used and that I refer other students to are career services and work study. So work study is very, very important because it provides us a little paycheck or an income in order to succeed, so that we can continue going to school, because often a lot of us work part-time or full-time outside of school, so that can be very draining. So having an extra income is going to help us tremendously. And then on the other side of that, if we train at community colleges and if we work for community colleges in the future and government entities, different employers can qualify us for student loan forgiveness. And that's another big deal because we don't want to take out student loans with high interest. That's going to put us in a lot of debt. So financial aid and a stable employment in the future and the ability to pay those loans off are going to keep us out of college. So I think that's something that really needs to be addressed. On that side, other things that I've heard from different students are the need for mental health. They have, it is so stressful for adult students to be taking care of families, to be working full time and everything. So they really stress that. Commutes, their commutes. I know that we have students who drive from Westminster to Aurora and vice versa and all over the city. So that really extends a 2 or 3 hour class into 4 or 5 hours, and that's like a part-time job. So I've heard some students suggest maybe a more uniform system of programs across the college system so that they don't have to go to across the city just to attend one program. So that was another thing that I wanted to mention. And some other things like community resources. I know we have single stop and on DocuServe at CCA. I don't know if that is system wide or not, but I do think that those things should be so that we can get better resources out there to our underserved communities.
Thank you, Shelley. Now, Chris, I know you shared a little bit. Do you have any other, from a support perspective, things that you'd like to share with the group? You're muted.
There we go. All right. Not specifically, like I mentioned, Writing Center, Math Center, Academic Success Center. Also, Trio was a big help for me. When I first started, like I said, I graduated in 2004, went to the military, so there wasn't much learning how to study throughout that whole gap kind of thing. It was kind of given to you. You're going to learn it. Whatever you need to learn it, you're going to learn it. It's not really a path of studying. So when I first came to Front Range, I had taken a biology class and I didn't pass it. I was talking to a other student that I know, and he mentioned Trio to me, and I was lucky enough to be eligible and meet the minimum requirements to be eligible for Trio. So I would say that's another big thing, especially, I don't know how the other campuses are, but Westminster, we do have a lot of students that come in that might be low income or first generation students. And although Trio is put out there, I don't know if it could be put out more, that it is available. You know, it is a free service to students. And I know there's a limit of students that can be enrolled in the program at once. But I think maybe putting out that Trio is available and maybe opening more spots up for some of the first generation students, low income students, documented students, and all that is a big thing as well. And like Shelley said, work study was great. That for students that come back, that's a good way to network. Also, I mean, I've been at the welcome desk for 3 years. I've got promoted twice within there, and it's all from who you know. And as much as I hate to say it, a lot of things around are who you know. I know Yolandi said the certificates help. Networking also helps on top of that. So working here 3 years, I've got to know a lot of people and a lot of networked, and that's kind of what made me go back and get my bachelor's, was being able to knowing that the support is there, and knowing that the people I meet here at Front Range, if I have questions about stuff at Metro, I can say, hey, I'm not taking your class, but I have a question about this kind of thing. And they're always willing to assist as well. So I think that little networking piece kind of draws everything together.
Great, thank you. Well, I would like to open an opportunity for anyone who's participating today to ask a question. So feel free to raise your hand through Zoom. I probably can't see you if you actually do it in your office, and be happy to call on folks or enter into chat. All right, Dorothy Welty from Red Rocks, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. This question is for Tiana. I think she mentioned how helpful it might have been to have a community for adult learners. When I taught for 20 years, I recognized that need, but it was so challenging because of their busy schedules, jobs, school. So I was wondering if Tiana has specific suggestions what that could possibly look like that would work for the adult learner.
Hi. So I would say, like, I'm a part of sociology club, and we have other like clubs and events like on our campus. At least on our campus, we have like disability students that can meet at a certain time during the week, twice a week, and we have things like that. So if we were able to place that same premise to adult learners at different times of the week, that might be beneficial, but allowing them to say, hey, and to network, like Chris had mentioned, networking, to at least allow them the moment so they can feel like there's someone else there. Even if there's only 2 people that show up, it will still benefit those 2 people. And, just to say you're not alone sometimes, helps someone to feel a little bit more community. Although going like Yolandi, and I hope I said that correctly, had mentioned, it doesn't always matter your age when you're in class, because you're trying to achieve the same goal. But it is nice to say, when I see another student, that's, and we talk like I'm in trio, and we'll say, oh, I'm 30. And she'll say, oh, I'm 35 or something. And we're like, yes, another person that's in my, my age. So it makes you feel like you're not alone. And that's what I'm trying to say by fostering community, is just creating a group or a mixer or something that says, here you are, there's others like you that are, that maybe have those same struggles of, student or being a parent and things like that. So allowing them that opportunity to be together. I hope that answered your question.
Tiana, if I could follow up a little, would it be more, you mentioned things like Trio that you were already a part of in disability services, and getting to network within the things you were already involved in versus something entirely separate that you'd be invited to? Which is it? Do you think one way is better than another, or would you find both helpful? And my other question would be, would anything online or like Zoom oriented have appealed to you at all to network electronically, not exclusively, but initially? Or do you feel it is something that would only appeal if it were face-to-face?
I think to go to answer the first part, it would be, you can do it either way, within a group that you're already a part of or a separate group. I think because not everyone qualifies for Trio, so you don't want to not invite, I can't think of the word now. You wouldn't want to not disclude, you would want to include everyone. So having something that was outside of like Trio would be helpful, because not all adult learners qualify for that. So doing something that way. And then Zoom would be great, because then, it allows more people to be a part of something. You can always do it in person and with Zoom. Like we have some things like virtual and in person, you can do both. So having that opportunity would work as well.
Thanks, Tiana.
You're welcome.
All right, and we've had some questions come in through the chat. So if anyone wants to, we'll try to get maybe one response per and see if we can get through a few of them. One was about, in what areas did you have negative experiences, things that just didn't work for you? Does anyone on the panel have an example of something that was a barrier for you in your enrollment?
Do you want us to just speak or do, okay. So I was the representative for professional studies. I didn't personally have any issues with my courses or my academics, but I did hear a lot from my classmates and my students. They were frustrated with incomplete syllabi and having to deal with a lack of structure in their courses. So a lot of our instructors would say, this is a living document, we're going to take it as we go to see how well you're doing here and there. The students didn't really like that. They want to be able to, the adult students, they want to be able to plan and prepare for what's coming next. We want to be able to work ahead and in our spare time and not according to, you know, when the teacher is just going to make it available. So I've had a lot of complaints regarding that and regarding issues with D2L, unresponsive instructors. They don't get back with us for 3 days if we don't have a question. I mean, if we have a question. So those are some things that I've heard from my classmates as their student representative. And so I feel it's important to voice everyone's opinion there.
Thank you, Shelley. Another question that came in was about how you found your college. So, you know, was it marketing that drew you to Community College of Aurora or Front Range or Arapahoe Community College? What drew you there? And anyone can chime in.
I can say nothing really drew me in, unfortunately. I lived in Westminster and worked out at Target off of 36. So I would drive down every day and I kind of just saw it from the street and was like, hey, why not? Kind of thing like that. But nothing specifically drew me. Once, unfortunately, once I got here, then I started noticing Front Range's stuff. You know, it's like you buy a new car and then all of a sudden when you're driving down the road, you notice that same car all over the place. Kind of like that, but nothing specifically drew me in. But when I walked in the door and I heard what was available kind of thing, that kind of secured the deal.
Any different experiences from the panel? Okay. There was a discussion about work study a moment ago, and a question in chat is, was it more important to work on campus, or was it the rate of pay that was the most important factor of having the ability to work while you were in school?
If I can answer that, because I totally forgot to mention, I am a work study in admissions right now. And for me, it was the ability and the flexibility of working on campus and being a part of that and having a great staff to help with that. So I think that for me, it was the flexibility, not the pay, but it was the flexibility of working on campus and already being there that drew me into a work study position.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tiana. I'm going to try to get one last question in before we thank you all, because I know this is a question that everyone wonders. How is the best way to share resources with you? As an adult student, text, email, posters, faculty announcements, snail mail. What is a way that you would like to receive information about the college?
I would think if the question is gearing towards internal wise, I think posters, meetings and stuff like that, but especially like just tables. Outside of our student life, you know, we have a couple of tables set up for different departments to put things there. I think that's the biggest thing, because most people walk through campus. Obviously, besides COVID, where a lot of students are online, I think a table set up and just information within the school bulletin boards or something would be the best way. I know I can say probably 50 to 60% of students don't always check their student email. I mean, I think that's something probably we can all agree on, that students don't check their student email all the time. So if we continually send emails to them, they might not get it until they come in and ask us questions about said thing. And then they're like, oh, well, you got an email. And then they go back and check it and then they received it. So I think if it was a table set up or a couple of tables throughout the building set up, even if it was there with no one manning the table, just information on the table so they can walk by and read it, I think that would help a lot.
Other thoughts? Yeah, Yolanda, go for it.
I agree that that you don't always open up your email, but the emails that I did open up all the time was the ones that were sent through my course. That if there was positions open or a scholarship was available, the instructors added that into our emails that we received from them on a daily basis, and that's the first thing you open. So if there would, because I found from another student that was eligible for scholarships that actually received a lot that's in school with ACC right now, that I was like, where did you find it out? And it was in the general emails. And I was like, I never had the time to open that because I was so busy paying attention to taking school. But every email that was sent through my courses that could have been seen as general emails, that was opened right away. So that's maybe also a way of kind of capturing the students' attention through their courses, send the general information through. That will help.
Wonderful, thank you. Looks like we got a buffer. I can do 2 more minutes, so maybe 1 or 2 more questions. Did any of you complete online courses? And if you did, what was your experience with online as an adult student?
I would say my whole program was online. And so there wasn't any options to take any classes on campus. And I just, something was brought under my attention through another student is that the difference in fees is different from in classes and online classes, which I wasn't aware of, which is just an interesting point why that is the case. But the online, yeah, my whole program was online. I also have to say that sometimes I felt lost by being on your own, figure out how it works, where to go. You know, I took some classes on a community college on the East Coast, and they made every student that enrolled to take a 3-week introduction course that covered everything of the community college, their computer systems, where to go, the building numbers, the people's names, their emails. And that I found very helpful because they use Blackboard there. And by the time I enrolled in the classes, I knew how those systems worked. And everybody had to take that 3-week introduction course, regardless of where you come from. And I found that was really helpful for me coming to Colorado and being a student here. I didn't know anything, and D2L, I didn't know the system. It took me a little bit to figure out how everything worked online. And if I could have attended a class like that, that would have been great. I would have done that just to save some time for myself.
Well, I really want to thank this phenomenal panel today. You know, these are folks who are busy, that have, you know, recognizing we're asking working adults to find time in the middle of their days to come and share with us and let us learn from them. So if we could all maybe use some reactions and show them a little bit of love. Thank you so much to Chris and Tiana and to Yolandi and to Shelley. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia, and thank you, Yolandi, Chris, Shelley, and Tiana for all of those great answers and perspectives. There were a number of questions that were in the chat, and so we're going to grab those questions and see if we can get a few other answers, perhaps after the meeting. If you are willing to write out a couple of answers, we would appreciate that. So. For the rest on the call, I'm really excited by the fact that the Chancellor went over by 15 minutes when it's usually me that goes over by 15 minutes. And now I have to make up the time that he took. But thankfully, our next panel knows and is willing to start late, as is Elizabeth Garner from the State Demographer's office. They are gracious and flexible with their time. So we are going to move right to the workforce panel. And I'd like to introduce Julie Beggs from Arapahoe Community College, who's the Director of Workforce. And I'm going to let her introduce herself and the panelists and get started on our next panel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Landon, and welcome to Wednesday, everyone. Thank you again for gathering today and taking time out of your day. I know how precious everyone's time is, so again, thank you. I serve as the Director of Workforce and Community Programs at Arapahoe Community College, and really enjoy that work. And so glad to share with you more information about this and introduce the panel to you. Each one of our panelists today is going to share information about their role, the specific population that they serve, and some information about that population. We're very fortunate to have Amanda Coram from Pueblo Community College presenting today, Paul DeChenko from Pikes Peak Community College, Jamie Giacomini from Northeastern Junior College, and Chauncey Lennon from the Lumina Foundation. And so I will go ahead and let Amanda start and introduce herself and share a little bit about your specific population, and then some information about that population you serve. Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you, Julie. So really excited to be here this morning and talk a little bit about the population that we serve. Sometimes I think we don't do a very good job of promoting what we do. And so through the Pueblo Corporate College at Pueblo Community College, we really serve a lot of adult learners through multiple facets, and that's customized workforce training, which is really geared towards incumbent workers, professional development, specifically towards individuals who are looking for continuing education to maintain a credential or move up in their career ladder. We provide fast track non-credit skills building programs, and those are geared towards upskilling, reskilling, unemployed, underemployed individuals, as well as justice-involved students and individuals. And then we also, while we're really non-credit focused, we also provide some learning and some academic for-credit mini certificates for some special populations. We have served over 150 employers. We do have a lot of small businesses that we serve, and annually we serve an average of 1,500 students. That's a duplicate head count. We have a lot of repeat customers.
Great, thank you, Amanda. Paul, you're next.
So, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Paul DeChenko. I'm the Director of Military and Veterans Programs at Pikes Peak Community College. Our department works with all the military and veteran affiliated students at PPCC by processing VA education benefits, Department of Defense tuition assistance or TA benefits, Department of Defense MyCA benefits. We provide tailored customer service and advising for this student demographic. We're also located on 2 military bases on Fort Carson and Peterson Air Force Base, where we provide instructional services and classes for active duty military and other students. We provide testing services on the military bases. We do prior learning assessments for active military. And finally, we do student success programming, both for high-risk students as well as the military and veteran population at large. The population we're talking about, Pikes Peak has about 25% of its student body is military or veteran affiliated. For example, during academic year 2021, we had a total of about 5,000 students, or 28% of our student body. This breaks down to 955 active duty students, 1,671 veterans, and a little over 2,300 dependents. When we break that down a little bit more, 80% of our student body is between the ages of 21 and 44. The majority of these students are first generation. 62% of veterans are first generation college students, and 60% of active duty students are first generation. Nearly 70% of them are Pell eligible, and active duty is predominantly part-time students, while veterans have a slightly higher percentage full-time compared to part-time. Anyway, looking forward to the discussion. Thanks again for being here.
Great, thank you, Paul. Next up is Jamie.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on the panel. My name is Jamie Giacomini, and I'm the Director of the Adult and Community Education Program here at Northeastern Junior College. I'm responsible for overseeing our non-credit Adult Education Center. We provide college and career readiness, workforce skill development, family literacy, high school equivalency preparation, and English language acquisition. Last year, our center served 110 adult learners, and 77 of those were of Hispanic or Latino descent. 49 of our learners last year did not have a high school diploma or its equivalent. So that is another one of our primary focuses. And then this year, and I'll talk more later on one of the other questions, but we are venturing into pathway programs, and we've partnered with the nursing department for a workforce training and workforce skill development program.
Great, thank you, Jamie. And last up is Chauncey.
Thanks so much, and so excited to be here today to talk with all of you. Chauncey Lennon from the Lumina Foundation. If you don't know the Lumina Foundation, we're the only foundation in the US that's focused on post-secondary attainment. And our goal is that 60% of all adults in the US have a credential of value by 2025. And in doing that work, we've become increasingly focused on all the work that you all do, the role of community colleges in providing workforce training, and in particular, recently on the non-credit side of that work. I often say that workforce non-credit is like one of those old medieval maps that had a dragon or a sea creature in the ocean and the territory. Everyone didn't know what was there and were worried there was danger. And we recently launched a survey to help us chart that territory. You all know why this is important, right? You are providing the kind of education and training that is both essential to the students who come to you, many of them adult, many of them low income and students of color, but they are also what you train in are fields that are essential to the economic vitality of our communities. Our feeling at Lumina is that we are not focused, we're not investing enough in this work, and it begins by better understanding, the lay of the land. We need better data about workforce in general and workforce non-credit in particular. So let me share very quickly just some of the highlights from the report. The report is called The Indispensable Institution. It was done by a group called Opportunity America. We can send you the link, but you can certainly Google it if you want to take a look at all the details. But quickly, let me say that we found that 50%, let me give you a little bit of details. We surveyed essentially all the community colleges in the country. We got a response rate we got responses from over 470, so that's about 40%, which is a great response rate. And what we learned was that 54% of students are enrolled in some kind of job-focused program. Sometimes those are called technical or workforce. As you know, there's lots of different labels. But when we think about what's happening on the workforce and on the non-credit and credit sides, more than half of students at community colleges are focused on occupational or job-related courses and programs. But there's a big range. In some states, they said that was 32% of enrollment, and it went all the way up to 93%. So, what we see is that different states, different institutions in states are really thinking about their sort of workforce programming and the intensity of that, and the portion of what they do in different ways. We discovered that we think there's about 3.7 million students across the country enrolled in non-credit. We haven't really had a very good number for that. This number seems good for what we know right now. We hope others will come along and get a better number. We hope states and institutions will do a better job collecting data on non-credit students so we can better understand the population and do more to help promote success for them. But that actually number tells us that, again, we have a large number of students, as you all know, come to community colleges for this kind of support. And then when we look within non-credit, close to 60%, 57% are enrolled in job-focused programs. So the bulk of what happens in non-credit is workforce related. In non-credit courses, about 3/4 of the students are there for shorter than 150 course hours, clock hours. So that's another thing to recognize, that a lot of their policies are about seat time, and what's happening there is sort of falling short of a lot of how we think about or the time-wise. It's not covered by various kinds of tuition support and aid programs. And then last, about 1/4 to 1/3 of students were in programs in non-credit that led to third-party credentials. And so we thought that was an important outcome as well. Let me end by talking about yet another piece of research that Lumina has funded that's coming out soon. This is a research brief on why adults, what the experience of adults in workforce at community colleges. I'll also get you the link for that. But the key takeaway from that research was that nearly a half of the working adult population in the US today has attended a community college. And 1/4 of those did so as adults. So, a huge piece of the American workforce is going to a community college for workforce education training. And we knew that many folks had gone, but we didn't realize how many adults had gone as adults. I think this is important because this means that community colleges are the second largest provider of training after employer-provided training. So it's important that we recognize the role they're playing. But we also see in this report that there's increasing competition from online. So community colleges also have to understand how the landscape of training is shifting. That's a lot of detail. Sorry to throw it all at you, but happy to follow up in our conversation.
Great, thank you so much, Chauncey. We really appreciate that. So we're going to move to our first question for the panelists, and that question is, what promising practices in recruiting and serving adult students have you deployed at your college, or Chauncey, have you seen across the nation? So I'm going to go ahead and let Amanda start us off again, and then we'll move on to Paul.
Thank you. So I think for our department and public community college, I think one of the promising practices that we've really been able to leverage is that fluidity between credit and non-credit. And so at public community college, public corporate college reports to an academic dean. So that dean really promotes cross-department collaboration. We really embrace dynamic credit and non-credit solutions when we're looking at opportunities to serve adult learners. And then I also sit on the president's cabinet, which really encourages continued support of that credit, non-credit pathway for students and how they might weave in and out of credit and non-credit opportunities. I think it's definitely an opportunity to pilot programs through the non-credit side, reaching adult learners who are interested in areas that we're not sure if we can build a credit program for those areas. So that's been really successful. It's helped to change some mindsets on campus and to really kind of take us off of that medieval map. That's the danger zone. I love that because sometimes it does feel like we're that scary part on the map that folks don't quite know what we do, but that it means danger. And so it's really bringing together some collaborative relationships on campus and really leveraging the resources and the opportunities and the training that we have to support those adult learners. And it's leveraging those resources between that our student services have for both credit and non-credit learners. Additional practices that we have implemented are, we have a fleet of 8 mobile learning labs where we take training to the students where they need it. We meet students where they are. And then we also have apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs that help students to earn while they're learning. We all know that it's a great model, but it's educating our employers about how good of a model it is and supporting that and promoting it with employers.
Great, thank you, Amanda. Paul, you're next. Promising practices in recruiting and serving adults.
Okay, so let me start off with recruiting. As many military and veterans are first-generation students, as I mentioned, community colleges by nature, we're attracted to them. At Pikes Peak, we capitalize this first by being on base. Every student who walks into our office, whether it's for testing, whether they're going to talk to a counselor there in an education center, we get a chance to talk to these students and potentially gain them as students at Pikes Peak. We also take advantage, and this is something that all of our colleges in the system can do, is take advantage of the career fairs or education fairs that you'll find on the military bases. VA offices often also have fairs where organizations can table at. I think it was Michael in the student panel who mentioned, and some of the students actually across the student panel mentioned how important it is that they hear from people, that they talk with people. I completely agree with what those students said. And this is why it's important to get out there where the veterans are, where the active duty military are, to be able to recruit them as students. So word of mouth is critical. The fact is, soldiers talk to soldiers first. So it's really important we build trust and confidence and that sense of community. And we can do this, and this is a recruiting technique. We do this by quality customer service. And that's having an understanding of military and veteran issues so that they get the military and veteran students talking, not only with the folks that we utilize who are customer service support, which generally are our work study students, but they then talk amongst themselves. I mean, that active duty private or specialist, the first person he's going to go to is his buddy and say, hey, where are you going to college? Well, I had a great experience at Pikes Peak Community College. Boom, we have a new student. And lastly, as far as recruiting, and this again is something else all of our colleges can do, is there are a few military and veteran affiliated brand surveys out there to be able to get your name out there that's best for vets or military friendly schools. They're easy ways, and the military and veterans look at them, and they're in all of the military and veteran education offices. Students walk in and they see right there, they page through it and they see Pikes Peak Community College or Front Range Community College. As far as practices, there's one I really want to highlight. I really, if I could stomp my foot on the stage here, that would be doing the military prior learning assessment transcript review for joint service transcripts for our active duty and veteran service members. Immediately, a college can show that they value their military and veteran students by providing credits for things that they've already done. I'm not talking about gimmies. I'm not talking about giveaways. I'm talking about giving them credit for education and experiences that they have already. And this, by the way, can reduce the amount of time and the amount of costs that the military and veterans are doing. Pikes Peak really started hitting this hard a few years ago. Dr. Bolton, the president, made it a #1 focus goal for the community college. And in the time since we started that just a few years ago, we've seen an increase of over by 3,000% of credits assessed and credits awarded to students. Other practices definitely take steps to build trust, sense of community. Again, a couple students mentioned in the earlier panel, student veteran organization, clubs. These are ways, especially for our military and veteran students, where they can get together, they can be with other folks who've had similar experiences, and they build a sense of trust. Probably the easiest or most important thing that all of the colleges can do is have a dedicated point of contact. Pikes Peak, we're lucky enough to have a whole department of great people who do this, but even one person who understands how benefits are processed, whether they're veterans benefits or whether they're DoD benefits, having that military or veteran affiliated student be able to talk to that person and have that knowledge is critical. And then lastly, I'll mention communication. And again, this was something else that the students talked about. Communication is key, and doing this early. At Pikes Peak Community College, we do a monthly newsletter where we focus highly important information for our military and veteran students. It goes out once a month. It's only 4 or 5 articles. It's short enough that they can read it. And I know they also said email doesn't work, but we have anywhere between a 20 and 35% open rate on that newsletter, so students read it. We also do a mandatory benefits briefing for first-time VA benefit users. This gets out the information out front. Again, it attacks one of the problems that some of the students said they didn't know which services are out there. We tell them right up front so they can get over that barrier. And then we also have student success programming, such as lending libraries, student veteran organization, dedicated study space, mentor programs, to be able to help the military and veteran students. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Jamie, you're next up.
Thank you, Julie. So with recruiting, our most effective method for recruiting our students has been through our local partnerships. So we work very closely with our CDLE Workforce Development Center. We have an MOU in place where we refer our adult education students to the Workforce Center so that they can enroll in the supportive and wraparound services that the Workforce Center offers. And then in return, the Workforce Center refers all of their clients who need a high school equivalency diploma or English language skill development to us. And that partnership has thrived in the last couple of years, and it's been a really fantastic opportunity. And then another one is other partnerships in the community. So what we see with our adult education students is these are not students that are without barriers to employment and barriers to education. So they need to be connected to community services that can relieve some of those barriers to their education. And so we partner with Department of Human Services, a local consortium that focuses on families, and they offer funding opportunities for our students if they need help with transportation, if they need help with clothes or soccer gear for their children, all of these things that add up to prevent them from pursuing their education. So that has been a huge recruitment tool for us. This year, we were able to hire a bilingual outreach coordinator who has prioritized supporting non-credit students as they pursue credit classes. She has also met with numerous employers in our area to promote non-credit and credit opportunities that could support and enhance their workforce. So that's been really great to bridge more relationships into area employers so that they see the value of adult education, they see the value of credit education, post-secondary education, that we're not trying to poach their employees, but we're trying to enhance their workforce. Our biggest recruiting tool would be student referrals. So what I can't stress enough, but students who have had a positive experience in a program are likely to refer a friend. And we have so many success stories of that, of someone had a very positive experience getting their GED and then seamlessly transferred into NJC to get their Associate of Arts or certificate, and they've referred friends back to us. And so I know that's been mentioned a lot, but a warm welcoming and relevance in building relationships with these students goes a long way. As for promising practices, years ago, my position was made a department chair at Academic Affairs. And so I sit on that meeting with the rest of the department chairs across campus. And so it's given me an opportunity to advocate for our non-credit students and also to provide insight on what adult learners are experiencing, that they're balancing families, they're balancing full-time jobs, they're balancing bills, they're balancing, not so great past. So to provide that perspective. Then the last thing I wanted to talk about is our pathway to CNA. The NJC ACE department has partnered with the NJC nursing department to launch the pathway to CNA program. This program provides English language learners with concurrent training in the following areas: English language skill development, workforce skills development, and workforce training. This one semester program culminates in learners obtaining an industry recognized CNA license. This program has been on our minds for several years, and we were finally able to launch this program year. The students attend non-credit adult education classes at NJC ACE for 4 days a week and attend the credit CNA class 1 day a week in the nursing department. And it's going really well. And we're really excited to see our students finish and obtain their CNA license.
Perfect. That's great, Jamie. Thank you so much. And last but not least, Chauncey, can you give us some best practices in recruiting and serving adults from across the country that you've seen?
Sure. I'm going to talk about 4 trends I'm seeing. Some of them, you're already, trying this out in Colorado, but let me sort of give you the national picture. And I'm going to focus mostly on enrollment and re-enrollment. So one trend we're really seeing is colleges starting to offer free classes or tuition waivers. And a recent study of Florida Community College found that offering information plus a free class increased the likelihood of re-enrollment by 21%. So that, the study also found offering information alone had an insignificant effect on re-enrollment. So that's a very powerful piece of data, and we're seeing colleges go the next step. In Florida, Broward Community College is developing a program where they're really targeting directly specific zip codes, bringing services into the community sort of in combination with the sort of expanding the free classes to include access to services and more localized connections. A similar approach has been around forgiving institutional debt. So in Michigan, Henry Ford Community College has joined with 3 other Detroit higher education institutions and the regional chamber in an innovative program that allows students who left college to re-enroll and complete their degrees by forgiving up to half the past due balance. Not only does this remove a barrier for students who want to re-enroll, but it actually has had a significant return on investment for the colleges. So one of the institutions, which forgave about $40,000 in past due debts back in 2018, in the fall and winter terms, netted over $370,000 in tuition and fees paid by students. So thinking about tuition debt, not necessarily as a kind of barrier, but as a potential business proposition to encourage students to come back and invest further in their education. The third one on our list has been more data-informed outreach. So North Carolina has done a lot of work on really mining the data records they have about students who started and then did not complete, and then going back and really doing targeted outreach to those students to get them, not necessarily to come back to the same program, but to consider coming back, whether that's to a different institution or a different program, often a shorter term credential program. And they've been doing this system-wide, so it's really had an effect. They identified nearly 60,000, and they also, by doing this, identified nearly 60,000 previously unknown credentials for students, and over 200,000 students are near completers. So part of it is letting students know, look, you're really close. Maybe you had a credential you didn't realize you had, you're really close. All those really motivating people to come back. And then finally, the last one on our list, someone mentioned this already in Colorado, but the idea of making sure you have diverse representation in outreach. So in Kentucky, their campaign around re-enrollment really made a point of targeting, targeting adults, using different adult multiple partners, and high-profile spokespeople with trusted ties to the Black community, a campaign hotline, really sort of going the distance and bringing a message in a way that targets, sort of specific populations. So let me end there.
Great, thank you, Chauncey. So our second question for the panel is, what recommendations do you have for colleges looking to expand opportunities for your specific population? And Amanda, I'll let you go first again.
Thank you. So I think kind of an overarching recommendation is really about mindset, and it's being open-minded to embrace opportunities that are new and really uncomfortable, because if we're not uncomfortable, we're not growing and we're not creating new pathways for students. I think it's really about nurturing partnerships. We heard that that's really a key opportunity to recruit students as well as serve them. And so nurturing those partnerships with our local workforce centers, with our Department of Human Services, with our supporting agencies, some of those agencies that work with the populations that we're targeting. So really strong partnerships and nurturing and fostering those partnerships. But that's also not just external partnerships, but really fostering internal partnerships and cross collaboration between credit and non-credit, different departments, different divisions. And so how can we all work more collaboratively to serve our adult learner population and provide them with the support that they need to be successful? And then once again, it's that meeting students where they are. And so how can we reach out and meet them where they are? Having those dynamic pathways, because everybody's pathway is different. And how do we have that fluid option for students to move in and out of certain areas and pathways that's successful for them? And then using and really leveraging your non-credit programs as a gateway into your credit programs, whether it's a pilot approach or it's getting students excited about learning again. It's providing them with small successes and wins so that they can feel like they can be successful in for credit programs. It's increasing their excitement about those programs and really capitalizing on that. So I think those would be my 3 kind of high level recommendations for serving this population.
Great, thank you, Amanda. Paul, you're next.
Okay, so I imagine there's a few colleges out there saying, why do I need to worry about military and veteran? You know, we don't have any military bases near us, but actually Colorado is the 10th largest state in the United States with military and veterans across the United States. We have nearly 480,000 veterans in our state and almost 50,000 active duty. And we haven't even touched upon the number of dependents that are out there, which probably is at least that amount. I think there's a great opportunity for all the colleges with the recent changes we've seen both at the system and at the state level. For example, last April, the governor signed into legislation a law that allows all military, veteran, and dependents to receive in-state tuition rates regardless of domicile status. With how often this demographic move, especially our active duty and dependents, this is a first critical piece for us to attract and then keep this demographic as our community college students, regardless of their location. Also, many of you probably are aware that the system just implemented a new military online tuition rate, which sets the tuition rate for active duty military students at $250. Why is this important? Because the Department of Defense tuition assistance cap is at $250. When you consider this change, along with the legislative change, along with how we may be recreating our online opportunities across all of the community colleges, every community college has an opportunity here to tap into, especially the active duty demographic in Colorado. I would also highly recommend, I can't stress this enough, taking on the military prior learning assessment evaluation in your colleges. Studies have shown that receiving PLA credit is associated with better student outcomes like higher credential completion, cost savings, and time savings. They're critical factors for our active duty and veteran students. Along with this recommendation, I suggest the development of degree maps that can quickly show how a military and veteran student can take advantage of their military experience with the PLA credits. Imagine a student walks in, we've probably seen and heard this with all of our students, but now you have a veteran student sitting across from you who says, I worked in HR in the military. And we're able to show them, well, here at NJC, you can get this many credits of business or administrative or human resources focus that move you right along to a certain degree that we're able to offer you. That'll be very attractive to our both veteran and military students. We all talked about word of mouth. Develop a few experts in your college, or even one expert in your college that is able to talk to military and veteran specific programming. And finally, last comment is there's a lot of organizations out there that want to do things for military and veteran affiliated students. Groups such as the Colorado Advisory Council on Military Education, any number of nonprofit organizations that want to help out our military and veterans, and any number of people who want to donate to military and veteran programs. Take advantage of those things. Take advantage of the other colleges and universities who also work with military and veterans to share best practices. And finally, we have some great colleges within the system already who are honestly doing great things for our military and veteran students so that we share best practices among ourselves so that everyone can take advantage of this demographic. Thanks.
Paul, Jamie?
Thank you. So what I would recommend, I'm going to reiterate it because it's so important, to explore resource solutions for possible barriers to education or employment. Adult learners are often facing at least one barrier to employment or education. In our adult education program, 100% of our learners are experiencing at least one barrier to employment or education. These can be things such as homelessness, low literacy levels, displaced homemaker, cultural barriers, to name a few. At NJC ACE, we try to connect students to community resources that can help relieve some of those burdens that they may be experiencing. Compassion goes a long way in supporting adult learners. These folks who are also, these are folks who are also balancing jobs, bills, kids, families, taking care of family members, in addition to pursuing their education. In our program, we are firm in our expectations to students of what participation looks like, what we want them to do, but we're flexible in supporting them to find schedules and classes that best fit their needs. Which leads me to flexible teaching and learning methods. A positive outcome of navigating the pandemic has been it's forced our staff and instructors and students to embrace and increase their technology abilities. We have found that our students benefited from and continue to benefit from hybrid instruction. Learners have the ability to synchronously join our classrooms from home if they're unable to attend. Say if someone's sick, if they are sick, if their kids are sick, something like that. And similarly, many of our lessons are recorded for students to review afterwards. So if they want a self-paced approach to reviewing the lesson, they also have that opportunity. The distance learning methods we have incorporated into our instruction have enabled our learners to maintain their academic progression and not fall behind because of absences with either any adult life thing you might have to do. For instance, I noticed my license is expired. I need to go take care of that. And so if I was in class, I would have to choose going to take care of my driver's license versus going to class. But with different distance learning methods incorporated, I would be able to make up anything that I might have missed. And that's been a really great benefit to our students.
Perfect, great, thanks, Jamie. Chauncey?
Sure, so let me talk about three kind of broad trends that I think we're seeing across the country. And again, you're sort of engaging in these in various ways in Colorado. And the other point I'd want to make is that, you sort of one wants to aspire, a strong system, a strong college has all three, but obviously, you might prioritize one or the other as you think about where you're starting from. So the first is greater investment, I think, in high quality short-term credential programs. We're seeing many of the governors across the country with some of the relief money that came out during COVID use the flexible dollars to create a short-term credential programs tied to local economic demand. And there was a really impressive uptake. We saw populations, in particular adult men of color, who often, whose enrollment numbers decline and were declining acutely during COVID, enrolling in these programs. So there is, the ability to sort of identify programs that lead to quality short-term credentials, is an important component of building the right kind of capacity and using flexible dollars that are occurring both with federal and state resources, an important part of that story. The second piece is around this question of how we sort of support enrollment and re-enrollment, and making sure that we are designing sort of messages and strategies that are really targeting adults. And recognizing that the adult motivation for enrolling is often different than a traditional age student. I think also recognizing, as many of the other speakers have sort of touched on, for many adults, there's an intention action gap. Many adults aspire to go back. They recognize the value it has to their careers, but lots of other things are getting in the way from action. And so we really have to think about how we go about addressing that gap as we try to craft strategies targeting adult students. And then finally, as many of you also talked about, thinking about, it's not enough to build high quality capacity. It's not enough to sort of get folks to come back or enroll for the first time. Also, we have to design the institution so that promotes student success. And there, I think we're really seeing an increased focus on making sure that support services, whether they're academic or non-academic, are better coordinated and ensure that they're provided across the board. We've done a better job over time in providing that to traditional students, but ensuring that adults often part-time, often in shorter term programs, are benefiting from those programs is also an important part of the story. Credentialing as you go, sort of rethinking course structure so that adults are actually getting credentials early in their, if they're on in a program leading to an AA, so that they're sort of motivated by the early credential bump, but also if they actually have to take time off, they exit with a credential in hand. And then I think also obviously sort of a greater focus on culturally sustaining practices as a key part of helping adults, sort of stick and complete in their programs.
Great, thank you, Chauncey. There was a question in the chat for Paul, and if folks get a chance to take a look at that, Paul did answer that question. So I'm going to move on to the next question really quick, which was for Chauncey. What short-term programs are you seeing that have a promising employment outcomes and return on investment for both the state and the student?
So I wish there was one answer to that question, but of course that depends a lot on your local economy, right? And I think we need to do a better job recognizing that credentials don't have the same value everywhere across the country, right? So, we have to sort of begin with a better understanding of local labor markets, building partnership with local employers and industry to really figure out, what are the kind of specific demands, and importantly, do the employers in those industries value the kinds of credentials that are out there, right? I think that is often, certain parts of the country, a certain credential will have a lot of currency with employers, and other parts it won't. So that is a kind of important part of the story. That is, let me just be perfectly clear, that's another task for community colleges who already have too much on their plate, right? So we're asking you to become, in some ways, economic development experts. Many of you do that as a fourth or fifth job, but that is the reality of the situation, because I think we sometimes think industries are good at this. They're often not that good at this. Individual employers, industries often don't necessarily have the kind of perspective on what's really happening outside of their individual firm. And so we really need your capacity to really help everyone understand what's happening, what the realities your students face when they get certain kind of credentials. So that is the kind of first point I'd say. And the other point I'd say is that I think we don't, in the sort of fields of economic development and workforce development, recognize that certain industries, credentials are just more a fixed part of doing business. Why do many of you have programs with the healthcare sector? Because healthcare, hospitals in particular, can't open up unless they have the right number of people with the right kinds of certifications and licenses. And so their business model is reliant on you and the work you do. We, I think, need to better appreciate that industries that are regulated for safety, that are regulated for liabilities, things like transportation and construction, those employers are going to be easier to sort of get to the table because they get that you are critical to their ability to be competitive. So I can't speak to any specific credential, but I think we have to sort of recognize the sort of building the right kind of muscles so that everyone figures out what's the right credential for your location.
Great, thank you so much, Chauncey. I've been told that we've got time for just one more question. So if anyone would like to present a question or put something in the chat for one more. And I see one for Amanda. Where non-credit and short programs can act as leverage into full degree programs, would those degree programs need to also be offered as alternative delivery formats versus traditional daytime programs? So that question is for Amanda.
I think that's an excellent question, and I think that goes back to how we're serving our adult learners. And I've heard it brought up several times is about flexibility. So I would say that as we're building those pathways into or pilots into for credit and academic programs, that they would need to be delivered in kind of an alternative delivery format. The other piece is as you're building the non-credit programs that you think might eventually align into a for-credit degree or certificate program, is aligning that with all the competencies that you would see in that program. And so then you have a better opportunity of capturing those students with prior learning assessment. You build the map as you're building the program, and then those students don't have to spend as long to get those degrees or certificates is what I would recommend.
Perfect. Thank you, Amanda. Again, a big thank you to everyone, Amanda, Paul, Jamie, and Chauncey for joining us today. We really appreciate your time and efforts and all of your wonderful knowledge and the work that you are doing with your programs. This work cannot move forward if you aren't doing that work. So thank you for those efforts. And I'm going to hand it off to Landon.
Thanks so much, Julie, for facilitating that, and to our panelists for the great answers. Similar to what we're doing with the students, Stacy will grab the questions and comments out of the chat. And Julie, if you're okay, we'll send it to you. And if your panelists are able to answer a few of the questions in either that weren't answered, or if they come up with some additional thoughts, we'll share it out with the rest of the group. So appreciate all of your time. We are going to take a really quick break as we set up for our state demographer, Elizabeth Garner. So if folks want to step away, refresh their coffee, use the facilities, grab something to eat, we'll be back and we'll be starting the demographer presentation at 11:15. So you have a quick moment for a break.
I do just have a quick request of everyone that when you step away, if you could just mute your camera and your video instead of logging out, that would be so helpful. We have everyone renamed the way that we need for sorting purposes this afternoon. And if you could also do that at lunchtime, that would be so great, because then we can just quickly move you into your room that you are currently pre-assigned to. But if you jump out of the meeting, it'll be deleted and I'll have to start from the beginning. So if possible, stay in the meeting, just mute yourself and you turn off your video. Thank you.
So we have about a minute left, and then we're gonna get started with the next section. So if you wanna get back to your desks or to your spaces, wherever you're located.
I'm excited about this next part, Landon. I always love hearing from the demographer. Always very illuminating.
Yeah, I'm excited as well.
Maybe that says something odd about us, that we're excited about hearing from a demographer.
Well, before I say we're going to start, I want to make sure that Elizabeth Garner, are you on and ready?
I am on and ready.
Okay, great. I'll do a quick intro for you and I'll turn it over to you. I understand you're running your own slides, so you'll be sharing your screen. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then of course we have it as a backup in case for some reason that doesn't work. So, so I want to thank you for being here today. I've not met you before, but I hear great things about you. I'm from Minnesota and I always love listening to the State Demographer's Office in Minnesota. So I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation. And so thank you for being willing to be here, and also thank you for being flexible with your time. As you know, we got a little bit backed up at the beginning. So so for the rest of the group, our presenter is Elizabeth Garner. She's our state demographer for the state of Colorado out of the Department of Local Affairs. And so I'm going to turn it over to you and let you get started.
Super. Well, thank you very much. And thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm always excited. I love the community college system. So I was so excited to be invited to speak to this group. And we'll just say from the get-go that if there's ever any follow-up questions or assistance or anything like that that you guys need, let me know. I was kind of peeking through a lot of the material that was submitted to you guys, and it looks like you guys have plenty of data and information. So I don't know how much of my stuff will be new, but hopefully it will give you a different flavor, kind of a different approach. But just know that we're a resource for everyone in Colorado, but specifically for other state organizations. So I am going to share. And you can confirm or deny whether or not you can see what's there.
Looks good.
Yes, okay, I got some head nods, perfect. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what's going on in the state, and I've been listening in periodically this morning, and so much of the comments that both the Chancellor had mentioned, as well as some of the students and the different panels totally fit with what I'm seeing as well. So that's also reassuring. So these are some of the big trends that I'm going to be talking about, and how I see how it fits in with this kind of adult learner and the community college system. Some of these pieces you already are very well aware of in terms of understanding that population is slowing down, and so that traditional base of students, actually, that traditional college goer, that 18 to 22 is slowing down. And so I know that you guys already kind of know that, so I'm going to go quick over those pieces, but also talk about how this slowdown plays through the whole system, not just in the short run, but in the long run. Also talk about where we've seen growth in the state, which also I think will impact your system in terms of understanding where different colleges are and how you could be actually an interesting support system for diversifying where our growth is. So keep that kind of in the back of your head. I think it's an interesting idea. Also talk a lot about aging and how that not only impacts the industries that we're growing, but also potentially a whole group of clients that you might end up seeing as well as how it impacts kind of everything else in our community. Also talk a lot about migration, and it's slowing. And that it's becoming harder and harder, I think, to attract and retain the best and the brightest. Likewise, there's also a connection to international migration that we've also seen slow down, especially the last 5 years, and how that might be impacting the system as well. The fact that we really do have a very tight labor force. And you guys have been talking about it all this morning, is how we're definitely seeing an increase in race and ethnic diversity within the state and how that will play through things. So exciting for us. We got the Census 2020 data finally, only 5 months late. And we have seen a couple of different things with it. One, that the US grew. We grew by 22 million people over the decade to 331 million, but this was the second slowest growth rate on record for the United States to the Great Depression. So we're definitely seeing this slowdown in the US. And, you know, Colorado is part of the US, so whatever happens to the US will also impact us. So that's something really important to be looking at. Colorado, we increased to 5.7 million. It was a 744,000 increase, a 14% growth rate over the decade. 6th in terms of percentage growth, 9th in terms of absolute change, slower than previous decades. Our 3rd lowest growth rate on record, but fast enough to gain that 8th congressional seat and all the drama that came with it. So when we look at the state, I think this is a good takeaway, is where did we see growth? All of the red, orange, yellow counties are counties that grew in population. All of the shades of blue declined. We've got about 1/3 of our state declining in population. So you know where your different colleges are and how that may impact, you know, who you're serving and the total quantity of people coming on board. But again, I think what's an interesting thing to be thinking about in terms of how do you attract and retain maybe some of these adult learners is also where do you, and I know in the previous discussion, it's like you guys have to wear all hats, but really how do you, not only in terms of economic development fit in, but how do you maybe fit into population development in the future? We see this concentrated growth along the I-25 corridor, along the Front Range, and a lot of it is really related to economic growth as well, which I'll cover in a couple of slides. When we look at that total population change, the red, orange, yellow county, or the blue component is natural increase, which is births minus deaths. The red component is net migration, the ins minus the outs. This chart starts in 1970, and what we can see is kind of these different fluctuations in Colorado's growth over the decades by each individual year. One of the things that you'll see is that we've really slowed down in the last 5 years, from 2015 through, or 2016 through 2020, definitely slowed down in terms of total population change. Both on the side of natural increase, because we've seen a slowdown in births and an increase in deaths, the deaths, not just the COVID deaths, but the deaths because we're older. But we've also seen this slowdown in net migration. And as I mentioned earlier, especially this last year in 2020, what we saw was a big drop in our international migration. And international migration is about 22% of Colorado's total population change. And I know that you guys also end up attracting a lot of foreign-born as well to the community college system. So just keeping that in the back of your mind as well, that there's been some downward pressure on migration. So we've already, I think this is topics that you've already talked about, but we've talked about this slowdown in births. And it's not just a slowdown in births in Colorado, but a slowdown in births nationally. Colorado is the orange line. The US is the blue line. See in Colorado that we are down about 8,000 in births since our peak in 2007. For the US, we're down about 525,000 births compared to the peak in 2007. Yet we do have more women of childbearing age. So a lot of the questions that your system, as well as K-12 and others, are asking is what's going to happen to the kids? Well, for Colorado, we are starting to see a little bit of a softening in the downturn. We are still growing in total population, including women of childbearing age. So we're thinking that we should start seeing either a leveling off and then an increasing in the total number of births, simply because we'll have that many more women of childbearing age. But you can think about, how does this play through the system? This is, the peak person is 14 years old. So thinking about K-12, higher ed, and then the whole labor force system, I think is really important. When we look across the country, if we look at the changes from 2010 to 2020, all of the blue shaded states had an absolute decline in the under 18 population over the decade. All of the shades of kind of the peach, orange, and red had increased. So you'll see Colorado still had an increase, but only 5% of our total increase in the state was our under 18 population. So we were a barely increase in our under 18. You should be thinking about this from a couple of different things. One, competition for kids, especially young adults. And in that, even in that older, you know, you said kind of your bread and butter thinking about the adult population is kind of the 25 and older, but this is going to play through the whole system. So competition for people, and I think other people brought that up this morning, is going to be huge. People are going to be driving a lot of the decisions in the future compared to historically where it was the firm. It's really going to be the people. So thinking about how do you attract and retain the people, either in your system, also in the state, et cetera, I think is really important. I know that both of my kids got wooed out of the state to go to other states for undergrad, and they could get a better price out of state. Now it's crazy. Now, granted, they both got merit aid, but more merit aid than they would have received in state here. So something, again, to be thinking about for, you know, just Colorado as a whole. For Colorado, where do we see a change in the population? Again, the red, orange, yellow are where we see a growth in the under 18 population. All of the shades of blue are counties that we saw an absolute decline in the under 18 population. So again, thinking about your system, and I know only a share are your adult learners, but even looking at your traditional learners, and even looking at those that are doing those combined programs for high school and community college, that we're seeing a lot of downward pressure in a lot of parts of the state. 43 counties declined, absolute decline in the under 18 population. We only had an increase of like 38,000, and 43% of that total growth in the under 18 was in Weld County alone. I thought that was just stunning. So I've talked about the births and deaths. So a little bit about the migration. When we migrate people to Colorado, who do we attract? We attract young adults. So this is part of the system that you may be attracting to a part of the population you might be attracting to your system. And so making sure that you're always getting the word out, like remarketing, because all the time we have new people coming to the state, and only half of the population that migrates to the state in terms of net numbers have a bachelor's degree or higher. So there's this other half that may be looking at services that they could get from you guys. 60% of our total migration to the state are in that 20 to 40 age group. And why do we migrate people? We migrate people because there's a huge correlation to job growth. Yes, people come to the state for higher ed. Yes, people come to the state for different things, but primarily people come to the state and are working. Again, the 20 to 40-year-olds kind of have to work. So they do move here for jobs, and this shows that relationship. The blue bar is job growth, the red line, net migration. We can see how it changes over time. A couple of takeaways is, if you look to the kind of the center and the right, one, in the short run, we really are forecasting a fairly large bounce back from COVID, from all of those jobs that we lost during COVID. So some of this bump right here is really making up for the jobs that we lost due to COVID. But then we really do start seeing things slowing down. Why? Because in the US, we're slowing down. So that will actually slow job growth down, and that will slow down the net migration for the state as well. So we are forecasting a fairly quick slowdown in our economy in terms of job growth and net migration out into the future. Just to reiterate this relationship between jobs and population, because I think it's a big fit for the community college system, this map is showing on the red, orange, yellow counties are counties that in 2019, pre-COVID, were back to pre-recession peak levels of employment. So they had gained everything back plus some from the Great Recession. All of the shades of blue are counties that did not. So there were several counties in the state that went into COVID already below where they had been in 2007, 8, 9 timeframe. This kind of reiterates this relationship between jobs and population and why we're seeing declines in a lot of part of our state, because that's just not where we're growing jobs. A lot of people are asking about this, you know, what are we going to see in the future with migration related to jobs working from anywhere? And will that change things up? It may. I think the jury is still out in terms of what's going to happen with remote working, if it can be 100% virtual, if it's going to be hybrid, or if it's going to be 100% in the office. Depending on what that ends up being, there actually could end up being a bigger and stronger role for the community college system, especially outside of the Front Range, that could help really support job growth all around the state, not just along this I-25 corridor Front Range system. I know that Lee, I think, is going to be ending up talking a lot about jobs, so I'm not going to talk about it a lot. But when we see about the types of jobs that we've been growing over the last decade, top ones out there are health services, professional technical services, accommodation, food service, transportation, warehousing, state government, top 5. If we think about those jobs, what are they? They're all services, service-oriented jobs. What do services do? They support people. Where are the people? Along the I-25 corridor. So we did have kind of this self-fulfilling prophecy over this last decade that we grew jobs in industries that were growing in the US, but as well in Colorado, where the people were, because they're service-oriented jobs. We saw 95% of our job growth along the I-25 corridor in the Front Range. We saw 95% of our population growth along the Front Range. So the huge correlation in terms of types of jobs and where those jobs are growing. And that might be a clue as well as we see, you know, strategies for the community college system as well. We know with COVID that the big hit were the low wage jobs. You know, the accommodations, food service, you know, anything in the leisure and hospitality, service-oriented, especially in-person service-oriented jobs were the ones that were hit. And that's what this graph is showing. In the yellow is our low wage jobs. The blue is our mid-wage, and the green are the high wage. We can see that we're back up to pre-recession or pre-COVID levels for our high wage jobs. We're not quite there with our mid-wage, we're almost there, and definitely below with our low wage. Definitely supporting what the Chancellor mentioned this morning in terms of the people that have a certificate or a degree or some kind of credential end up doing better. Because they're potentially in positions or in jobs where they've got more flexibility, they can do different things. So again, supporting the work that you guys do in your system, getting people there. Two things I want you to take away from the next 2 slides. One, this is looking at what the forecast is for the next job growth for the next 5 years. I want you to see the industries, and I also want you to see the magnitude. So we definitely see large growth in the arts, entertainment, recreation, as well as natural resources mining. And this is in percentage terms. Accommodation, food service, and the admin service and waste. The reason why you see such fast growth in those areas is we are recovering from where we were pre-COVID. So this isn't necessarily new jobs, this is recovery jobs. But then you can see some of the other ones. A big one in there is that transportation and warehousing. So anything that's in logistics, And transportation and warehousing, definitely a growth area that we're seeing. We know that that's where a lot of jobs are growing in the next decade as we're transitioning to, more online service and products coming that direction. Obviously, health services is still a big component in that area. So will construction in terms of what we're going to need to be building to accommodate our population out into the future. What I want you to see in this slide is really how much smaller the job growth is forecast over the next 5 years. So the first one, this one is for the first 5 years from 2020 to 2025. This is from 2025 to 2030. So really kind of showing that slowdown in job growth. Still some pretty strong growth in that health services, transportation, warehousing, professional technical services, still in the admin waste, finance, insurance, also in those industries as well. But again, big piece from this is really showing this initial bounce back and then starting to slow down outside of this recovery timeframe. If we translate those jobs into occupations, what we can see over this next decade, a forecast by our own Department of Labor put out there, is food prep and service related. So again, getting back to that accommodations, food service. But then that second one there is that transportation and material, really looking into that logistics, business and financial operations, healthcare practitioners and technical, sales, construction, all in that top grouping of occupations that we're forecasting to grow as well. So I'm not going to switch gears a little bit and talk about age and how important, especially around the state, it is to look at your age dynamics by each county or at least region that you're located in. Because it indicates so many things for us. One is in terms of preferences, really looking at where people shop and what they buy. And that's important because that translates into new jobs. If I'm spending a lot of dollars in health services, that's going to create jobs in health services. Also impacts other things that are going to impact your communities and your college system is housing. What kind of housing, where they want it, how they want it, labor force and how you fit into that picture, how much money people make, service demand, and really looking at which dynamic of our age is growing the fastest. So this is Colorado's age distribution broken down by single year of age. This is available on our website and you'll have a copy of this deck. So you can get it for any county and that link at the top shows you where you can actually get this and you can get it from any time. So from 1990 through 2050, you can get it for whatever community you're in. But black line is at 65. A couple of things to take away from this is one, on this far right side, we can really look at the number of baby boomers aging into that 65 plus population. That has an impact, 2 points. One, we've got a lot of people aging into potentially a service demand area that's different than they've traditionally been in. So in that 65 plus. Two, thinking about potentially a new customer for the community college system as people want to think about lifelong learning. Three is labor force. A lot of these folks are going to be aging out of the labor force. And again, thinking about how the community college system fits into preparing the labor force for the future. Second piece you're going to take away from this is on the far left-hand side, and we can definitely see that slowdown in population on our youngins. The fact that we've got fewer 1-year-olds than 60-year-olds is really an indication how we're slowing down on that birth side. And our peak person is 29. Also, potentially leveraging for you guys, if you're really looking at that adult learner that's 25 plus, you've still got a growth cycle, which I'm going to go through in a second. If we look at this last decade, from 2010 to 2020, we can see, very little growth in that 0 to 17-year-olds. In that 18 to 24, pretty decent growth in terms of what we were expecting. Definitely also in our 25 to 24-year-olds, okay growth, all at what we were seeing for the state average. The 45 to 64, definitely a slowdown in that age group because we've got the start of the Gen X coming through and bringing some downward pressure in that age group. But look at the growth in the 65 plus. In absolute terms, more people, more growth of that total 744,000, a large share, larger than any other group in that 65 plus. So something for our state to be very aware of. If we look for our next 10 years, what are we looking at? Almost the same thing. Flat for our 0 to 17, very flat now to our 18 to 24, because last year's flatness in our under 18 is now going to be translating through to our under 24 or 18 to 24-year-olds. Again, if we look at our total population growth of that, our forecast for this next decade of 742,000, 332, the largest share, about 45% in that 65 plus. The growth that we're seeing here in our 25 to 44 is if we can migrate them here. Otherwise, pretty flat in that growth. It's really looking at migration ability, because that's when we migrate people here, is in this age group. If we can migrate them here, then we'll see this growth. But again, it's important to see this impact. Now, I am going to be completely honest, and I'm going to want feedback. I'm testing some slides with you. This is a new deck that we created that looks at each line is a different decade. It's broken down by color, by generation. And so our purple are our boomers, our green are our Gen X, our red are our millennials, our blue is that Gen Z, and the brownish color is our next generation, or called the alpha generation. What this is showing is the number of 20 to 30-year-olds forecast over time through now, through 2050, and where they were historically, just to give you a sense of how maybe your different age groups have changed over time. So if we're looking at our 20 to 30-year-olds, we're forecasting growth. And again, that's something that you guys look at. You look at those 20 to 30-year-olds. If we're looking at our 30 to 40-year-olds, also forecasting growth over these next decades until we reach about 2040, and then we see a slowdown when those folks that haven't been born currently age through to that 30 to 40-year-olds. But if we start looking now at the 40 to 50-year-olds, we're starting to see some flatness, especially in this next couple of years, and then we see an increase. In our 50 to 60-year-olds, almost completely flat over this next decade. So would I market to your 50 to 60-year-olds? Yes. But would I have high expectations that you're going to gain an extra share? Yeah, harder. If we look at our 60 to 70-year-olds, yes, they're a large group, but not growing a ton. If I had showed you your 70 to 80-year-olds, it like goes exponential. But I didn't put them in there. But something to think about, and that this data is out there and available for all of you guys by any region you want to look at, to know and have an expectation of your age by area. So what are some of the implications from aging? One is really keep an eye on this, because it is the clearest understanding of consumer demand and spending, and that will help indicate what industries will be growing based on consumer interest. Big piece in terms of labor force. We're expecting the largest group of leavers over this next decade from our labor force due to older adults aging out. So some tools may be to try and keep some of our older workers in, and that might be a strategy as well for the community college system, as some of our older workers may need some credentials, may need some retooling to keep them in the labor force longer. So that might be something to be thinking about. I think that's it really for the community college system. Now, I'll tell you, I found these slides yesterday because a new report came out yesterday from the Census Bureau. So in terms of fitting them in, I wasn't sure where they fit in perfectly. But I wanted, but I think that they may help. This is a report that came out from the Census Bureau yesterday, from the CPS, looking at school enrollment over time. And it starts in 1959. So that's where this deck starts and goes all the way through 2020. Now, this is only looking at the 22 to 24-year-olds. This may not be that adult learner you're looking at, but I thought it was really interesting. One, we are seeing this big drop in guys in the 22 to 24-year-olds enrolled. That's pretty significant, especially compared to women where they stayed pretty stable. I mean, both had a pretty big drop. This is not just the community college system. This is just the 22 to 24-year-olds, but that's interesting. This one is then looking at different kinds of institutions. So looking at the 4-year full-time, we can see the growth there. We can see the 2-year full-time, where really from 2000 through 2010, a pretty big increase in two-year enrollment, but the largest decline recently since 2010. And then we can see the 2-year part-time and 4-year part-time remaining fairly stable, although a drop in that 2-year part-time. Thought that one was interesting. This one is also pretty cool, looking at age groups, where it really is maybe the younger men that we're seeing this drop. So the 14 to 24-year-olds, a pretty big drop in school enrollment, where if you look at the males 35 plus, actually staying fairly stable, which could be good news for you guys if you're looking at that, I don't want to say older adult, but just adult. We can also see, what's happening to the 25 to 34-year-olds, staying fairly stable for the male. Female 35 plus, actually showing a decline, which was interesting, as well as the females 25 to 34 potentially staying very stable. Last one is looking at by race and ethnicity. It doesn't break it down. These are just the younger adults, so that 18 to 24-year-olds. I think the big one that I would point out is this fairly large decline in the Hispanic in terms of enrollment. So that just may help in terms of marketing and outreach, and how do we engage or re-engage with some clients that maybe we've been losing recently or are relatively new to our system. So on that last one, now I'm going to move into some race and ethnicity information. One of the big things that we found out with 2010 or 2020 data is that we saw a fairly big increase in diversity over the decade. And now there's a diversity index where it's really looking at the probability that if you sample or choose 2 random people, will they be from different race ethnic groups? And so we increased from 46.5% to 52.3%. The darker colored counties are the ones that had the larger increases in that diversity, or have just a larger diversity index. We can see that in the southern part of the state, the San Luis Valley, a little bit on the Eastern Plains, definitely in the Denver metro area, and also along the I-70 corridor going west. But when we look at the data as a whole, looking at race and ethnicity changes between 2010 and 2020, we saw, again, like I said, an increase of 744,000, almost split equally between our Hispanic population and our white non-Hispanic, just slightly more in our white population, white non-Hispanic for totals. The other thing that we saw was a big growth in our 2 or more races. And a lot of that has to do with the way that the Census Bureau did their survey or did their census this decade, allowed for people to choose 2 or more much more easily and process the data to where you showed up as 2 or more. So I think some of it was actual growth, other was just an improvement in the survey. The other thing that we saw was a large increase in our Asian population in terms of percentage change and absolute change in Colorado. But pretty kind of cool to see that we are growing more racially and ethnically diverse. If we look at the change just for our 18 and older and our under 18, or actually not our change, but our total share, we can see that our 18 and older are less diverse than our under 18, which we knew. For our 18 and older, this blue color here is our white non-Hispanic. And then the multicolors here are all of our other race ethnic groups. Same for our under 18 population. So we can see those two different sizes. What was really interesting is for the state as a whole, in terms of our total population change, our under 18 population had an absolute decline in white non-Hispanic. And our increase we saw primarily in our Hispanic population. So 64% of our growth in our under 18 was Hispanic. And interesting, 112% of our growth was in 2 or more for our under 18. So, and that's, it says 112 because we had a decline in our white non-Hispanic. So kind of interesting to see what our future is going to be like, is very much more diverse. And this really gives that kind of picture, is that our under 18 and our 18 to 24-year-olds are much more diverse than our 65 plus, for example. We also know that our largest entrants into the labor force are our Hispanic population. So over the last 5 years, the largest gainers into our labor force were our Hispanic population, so about 65% of our growth in our labor force, and that will just continue to see larger and larger numbers in the future because they're a large share of our youth. If we look at where we grew by race and ethnicity, for our people of color, we had several counties increase by over 100% in people of color. But our darkest colored red is where we've seen the largest growth. The shades of blue, some people may say, how did they become less people of color? And it's actually because we saw an absolute decline in their population. So many of those same counties actually saw pop decline over the decade, and that's why you saw a decline in their people of color as well. For our under 18 population, this kind of shows also where we saw changes by people of color. Again, because we saw a slowdown in our population in the San Luis Valley and our southern part of the state, we also saw that in our people of color. Interesting also maybe to see in our mountain counties where we saw an absolute decline as well in our people of color there as well. That we're wondering if that could have been just a problem with the census as well. I won't go into this piece a lot, but just to summarize, some of our fastest growth is in our people of color, and fastest growth into our labor force, our Hispanic population. Huge differential, at least in our bachelor's plus for Hispanic and white non-Hispanic. There's about a 35-point differential in terms of percent of total pop. With the bachelor's plus, we've got the second largest gap in the United States. So that's something for us to continue to work on. And again, I think huge role also for the community college system and how this plays into everything else. So again, kind of what the Chancellor mentioned this morning is that the importance to get that degree or that credential and how that ties into income, the economy, home ownership, wealth, all is correlated together and so important. So our forecast for the state is to continue to grow. So we're not forecasting a decline in our state. We're forecasting a growth in our state, but at a slowing rate. We're forecasting an initial bounce back, primarily just due to retirements. For example, me, I plan on hopefully, fingers crossed, retiring at some point, maybe over the next decade. And I will age out and I'm going to need somebody to age in. And so there's a lot, over 600,000 folks forecast to leave the labor force over the next decade, and we're going to need people to fill those positions. But then slowing down. So I think I've mentioned all of these, so I don't know if I will reiterate anything too much. Just keep in mind that things are slowing down and that our international migration components slow down as well. And that competition, I think there was a mention this morning about competition for students or competition for people. It is not just in state, it will be national. I know you probably primarily serve in state, but they come from other places as well. So that's going to be a big competitive component, I think, for the United States as a whole. Important piece of our labor force in terms of your role in that, and I think in terms of economic development and supporting populations in different parts of the state. But just keep an eye out that things are slowing down. There's a lot of risk to this forecast, a lot of uncertainty, and I think the pandemic, unfortunately, is still top of that list, and that's actually what all of the national forecasters are saying as well. We still don't know, and they're calling like Delta Plus now, and I'm like, hate hearing this. But a big uncertainty in terms of what's going to happen and how open we stay and how mobility and migration will happen, especially that international component. And then Colorado's competitive edge. We have the 5th highest median home value, but only 12th highest median income. So there's a disparity between housing and being able to live in the state, and especially in the Front Range. And I think water tops that list as well. So with that, I will see if there's any questions or comments or thoughts. And I'm going to work on stopping to share.
There was one question, and it was earlier in your slides, maybe 10 minutes ago, from Matthew at CCD. Are those age outs accounted for in your previous slides for industry growth projections?
You might have to say that one more time for me to understand. I'm trying to find it. Are those age outs?
Yeah, and I might have Matthew clarify the question, or if he still has the question, it's possible you answered it in your comments. Or others who have questions.
I have an observation, Landon. I was looking at where the growth opportunities are in terms of career fields. And what I saw was, of course, healthcare. We have a lot of healthcare programs, but what I also saw were transportation and warehouse, where we, at least to my knowledge, I don't know that we do really anything there. And I keep hearing that's a growth area. I don't know who's training those folks, who's educating the folks to move into those jobs, but it doesn't appear to be us. Construction also continues to come up. We have some brand new programs, but they're pretty, they're just starting up. And even food prep, that not a lot of our colleges do that. It seems like more used to 20 years ago than do now. Maybe I'm misinformed on that, but it just seems like some of the growth areas are in areas where we are really doing very little. So, I mean, Elizabeth wouldn't know the answer to that. She knows where the need is, but not what we're doing. I don't know if Landon, you or any of the presidents have any thoughts on those things.
I have a question too in regards to living wage in Colorado.
So I guess I'll just make a couple of observations on a couple of those comments. One, to try and look at Matthew's comments. Yes, when we model everything, we model it looking at a demographic cohort component. So we look at the demographic side and we look at an industry side. We look at our age distributions and we look at those industries that are growing, and we know the age distribution of those industries. So those demands for new workers, for example, transportation is actually one of those industries where it's dominated, especially like truck drivers, by older workers. And that's why we're having such a crunch in the labor force for them. And so, yes, our models try and take into account as much as possible our age distributions, industries that are growing, and their age distributions. I don't know in terms of, you know, yes, you're right. You guys would know better if you have something in the logistics, but I see that a growth industry. I know it's hard to start different curriculum and start different programs, but I do see that as a longer term concern and issue, and especially when we're looking at labor constraints, especially with drivers. So thinking about how do we do things better, more efficiently with fewer people when transportation is still such a big piece, I think that there's still going to be a need in that area. In terms of living wage, you know, there's a lot of data out there on living wages. So I don't know if your question is, would you like a resource for that? The Center for Law and Policy puts together a report, I'm going to guess it's like every 2 to 3 years, and it provides what they call a sustainable, I think, wage by county, by age, by number of children in household. So like, obviously, if you're like me, if I don't have any kids at home, they're not quite out of college though. So we'll pretend I have no kids. My cost is different than somebody that's got 2 kids in preschool. So it goes over those living wages and what's needed for those programs. I can't talk and type at the same time. So I'll get the link and I'll put it in the chat if you haven't seen it, but give me a couple of minutes.
And I just saw, and Lisa, I just saw a note from our next presenter, Lee, who said that he'll talk a little bit on living wage as it ties into job projections and when he starts his presentation. So there'll be a little bit more there too.
I had a quick comment, if I may, on Joe's question about the programs around logistics. And I was curious about that too, because I was looking at our MZ report for Trinidad State, and it was kind of grouped around this cluster called production. It has to do with transportation and warehousing and so forth, preparing goods for shipment, QA, inventory organization, warehousing, but it says most entry-level positions offered in production do not require any post-secondary credentials. Laborers, freight, stock, material movers, etc. So it's really saying, unless you're at the supervisory level, where you can command a higher salary, post-secondary credentials really aren't required. And a lot of what came up in our MZ report are like this, with the exception of healthcare, I would say. So it is a quandary, and that's consistent with our talent pipeline report, where a lot of the kind of top jobs really require a bachelor's degree.
And we need to move to our next presenter. Just one real quick question, Elizabeth, from Julie at ACC. Where is the best place to find age and gender data by county? I think you had a link in your slides and that had a lot of where you showed statewide. Can our colleges look by county when they go out to your website at some of these age and gender projections and stuff like that?
Yep, absolutely. Everything it's on our website, and I'm going to just type it in there. It's demography.dola.colorado.gov. If you have a challenge finding what you're looking for, let us know. We can help get you there. But you know, if you, for example, go there, you would hit in population, and then it would ask you a question, you know, do you want to look at age and gender? Do you want to look at race and ethnicity? Do you just want to look at totals? Everything is by county. And then in some of our drop-down tools, we also do it by region if you use any of the planning and management regions. We're also, for like maybe any of your staff that might be interested, we are hosting our annual summit on November 5th. It's on Zoom, it's free. And we'll be going over our website, some of the tools that we have available, as well as other findings, similar to what you saw here, but a whole day. Imagine that, as well as some other business services, business resources that are out there that you all might be interested in. From that link from our website, you can get to the registration for the annual summit as well. But I'd also just encourage you, if you ever have any questions, please just reach out.
All right, thanks so much for your time. This has been great. I've been getting texts and messages about how great a presentation this was. One of our colleges had a fire drill, and so they had to leave their campus. And I assured them we were recording and that we would share your presentation, so they'll get caught up. But I very much appreciate your time with us today.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
All right, well, we're moving through quickly. Our next presenter is Lee Wheeler-Berliner from the Colorado Workforce Development Council. He does have a harder stop, so I do want to preface that. So Lee, I'm going to let you introduce yourself and proceed with slides, and then we'll answer questions like Elizabeth did at the end of her presentation.
Great, sounds great, Landon. Thank you so much, Chancellor Garcia and staff of CCCS. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's good to be with you all today. Hopefully you're seeing the slides at this point. Colorado Labor Market and Talent Pipeline Information is the headline for our time together here. I am the Managing Director of the Colorado Workforce Development Council. And the council works statewide to think about strategic issues around talent development. And we work across the domains of workforce development, economic development, K-12 education, and post-secondary education as well. And so I'm excited to be talking with you all today about this critical topic on adult education. Over the next 40 to 45 minutes, I want to cover some workforce recovery data points and really drill down into where our economy currently sits. And then I also want to shift gears a little bit and share some insights from businesses on education needs looking forward. And I think this will have some good insights for you all as you think about the adult learner population specifically. I think there's good news in that only one slide in my deck is an exact duplication of a slide in Elizabeth's deck. So there should be some fresh information, and generally it does agree and align. So we're looking at the same sources, which I believe is good in this context as well. And then the questions that came up around some of the top jobs that we see posted for right now and some of those projections, as well as living wage, are pieces that I will get to as we move forward. Feel free to put questions into the chat as we go. I'll try to answer them if they come up, but then also save some time at the end for questions as well. So in terms of workforce recovery data points, where do we stand as a state? Some of the headlines to note right off the bat is that we have had a 78% job recovery rate since the low points in April of 2020. So that is doing fairly well nationally, and we're doing fairly well within the region in comparison to some other states. Our unemployment rate sits a little bit above the national levels currently. We're at 5.9% for the unemployment rate statewide as of the end of August. It's also worth noting that our employment to population ratio has been flattening. And so as you looked at some of the headlines in newspapers, online, and you've seen this question of jobs are available, where are the people? It's good to note that we don't have as many people as a share of our population working right now. And our labor force participation rate is also lower than it has been historically. So those are some of the pieces to keep in mind. A couple notes on timing of data. The information I'm sharing with you today is up to date as of August of 2021. Actually, I think by the end of this week, there'll be the September numbers coming out. We also do an annual talent pipeline report, and that gets released in December. So I'll share a couple highlights of what you'll see coming in that December release of the 2021 talent pipeline report. Otherwise, I'm trying to look at some of the most up-to-date labor market information and not look too far back at where we were in 2020. Here's a quick glimpse of how we look statewide in terms of unemployment rate. And so you see the darker shade is our higher unemployment rates. Pueblo County, Huerfano County, those were the high points in our state as of the end of August. We see a lot of still low unemployment rates in our most rural areas in our state on the Eastern Plains and in some of the Western and Southwest counties as well. And then our urban centers are really hovering in the 5 to 6% range right about now. This is a glimpse at that labor force participation rate. So we're at 68.3%. is our labor force participation rate, which is above historic lows in April of 2020 for sure. And as you can see, it is coming in just a little bit below where we were prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. So some similar levels comparatively to our recent history here. And this second metric is the employment to population. So our labor force participation rate only takes into account those individuals who are actively working or actively looking for work. And so our employment to population ratio is going to be lower because it's comparing those who are working versus everybody in the state. If you were to look back over the last 5, 10, 15 years, these numbers were in the 70s, and 70% of our population was employed at various points in time. So this is where we're seeing fewer people returning into the labor market to look for work. Some of the dynamics that we're experiencing right now that are in high contrast to the Great Recession in 2009 and 2010 is that the markets did not dip as much as they did during the Great Recession. So people did not lose retirement value in retirement accounts. The real estate market did not tank as it did in 2008, 2009, and 2010. So people have had more equity to work with in their homes and in their real estate. And so a lot more individuals at this point in time had that flexibility and capability to say, I'm not ready to go back to work. I think we're also still seeing the challenges around childcare and decisions about health and safety that parents are making in terms of how they're going to be moving forward and when they're ready to re-engage in the workforce. This slide gives you a glimpse at how Colorado compares to our national numbers right now. So our job recovery rate is higher than the national average, both for the private sector and the total non-farm overall. So private sector would not include government, which is a key driver in some components of our state. And so that's why you see these two different rates and two different lines that are showing up here. There are industries that are definitely growing. And when you think about just the calendar year of 2021 and where jobs have been coming back, we see them in leisure and hospitality, professional and business services, trade, transportation, and utilities, and roles in government. Those have been increasing and adding jobs. And this is a glimpse at the month of August. It's similar if we look at entire 2021 as well. And then we're seeing some decreases over the last month in mining and logging and manufacturing as well. When we think about the first 8 months of 2021, similar to what Elizabeth showed in those growth projections over the next 5 years, accommodations and food services has been one of those biggest gainers of employment and of jobs coming back. Arts, entertainment, and recreation, professional, scientific, and technical. The number 1 and number 3, these are some of those lower wage industries that did have a much larger drop. And so we are seeing recovery of positions rather than net growth as to where we were pre-pandemic levels. This is a preview of a table that will be coming out in that 2021 Talent Pipeline Report, which is around the top posted occupations that we're seeing right now in the Colorado labor market specifically. So heavy and tractor trailer truck drivers. The commercial driver's license is one of the most often requested certifications at this particular point in time in our labor market. Also seeing registered nurses, software developers, quality assurance, computer occupations, and retail salespersons. So I think to the point that Chancellor Garcia made a few minutes ago, you've got a mix of some of the certifications that your system and campuses currently offer versus things that you don't offer and things that it might make sense to think about offering over the next several years. When we put together the Talent Pipeline Report, we do publish a list of what we refer to as top jobs. And living wage is one of the criteria that is looked at when we create that list of top jobs. And our source is the MIT Living Wage Calculator. And this is a large jump in living wage figures using the MIT calculator compared to our 2020 Talent Pipeline Report. In that tier 1 category, it's about a $6 an hour jump. And I'm still trying to understand the dynamics behind that. We're going to have a little more context offered up in the full Talent Pipeline Report when that gets released. But just as these points of reference, we look at a tier 1 living wage, which is a family of 3, 1 working adult, 1 child, 1 non-working adult, and then a tier 2 living wage, which is that single individual, a family of 1. When we think about the top jobs, they do break out in terms of degrees that are typically required for those occupations. And so we see 2 different peaks. And when we think about the tier 2 jobs, the biggest peak is around a high school diploma as the top education level. We definitely see opportunities across other degrees as well. The tier 1 jobs do peak hovering over the bachelor's degree. However, we're starting to see some bigger jumps around associate's degrees and non-degree certificates and training as well. So here's the slide that you already saw in Elizabeth's presentation, is that the recovery of our jobs, both how many were lost and how many have come back, has varied based on whether or not those jobs are in a category of low wage, medium wage, or high wage. These next several slides will go a little bit deeper and drill down into each of these categories, so you have a better understanding and sense of what those occupations are and what are the industry clusters that show up in each of these categories. The job loss and recovery by our low wage industries. You can see retail trade here in the blue, arts, entertainment, and recreation. Arts, entertainment, and recreation had the biggest drop and is still slowing the most in the recovery. That's one of the reasons why I think that was higher on the list of overall projected growth moving forward another 5 years, because it has so much more room to grow based on where it ended up. Retail trade, other services, private educational services had a decent drop of about 20% there, and then is slowly making that come back. Administrative and support waste management services in this lower wage category as well. When we look at the medium wage industries, this green is transportation. So this was already brought up as a growing area. Transportation, warehousing, and utilities, it has already far exceeded the levels of employment and of the number of jobs prior to the onset of the pandemic. And so this is an area to think about in terms of what is needed by employers, what are the skills or credentials that make sense for them, and are there the right type of programs that are necessary, and what programs are necessary are all questions to really drill into for your specific community right now as we think about where to support individuals. You see state government here in this yellow, which had a dip and is getting closer back to the pre-pandemic levels here at that 1. Manufacturing, construction, local government, private healthcare, all in this medium wage category. And then our highest wage category had the lowest drops overall. This one that jumps out, the loss of jobs in mining and logging, was not completely pandemic related. There's some other factors that are influencing the drops in that specific industry as well. But here you see management jobs, professional, scientific, and technical, federal government jobs, wholesale trade, information, finance, and insurance. So our highest wage jobs have been closer to either exceeding pre-pandemic levels already or approaching that, and they also did not drop nearly this far. I know this is a slide of interest, which is to understand what the unemployment rates look like based on educational attainment. And there was some noise in this slide deck over the last 8 months, and I think now it probably looks like you might expect it to look from a certain perspective. So to walk you through it in case it's too small on your screen, the dark blue is looking back at 2010. So those double digits, the really high numbers, was the 2010 recession. The green on the right is what rates have been in the 1 year period, September 2020 up through August of 2021. And so we do see this natural slope that the folks who have the highest unemployment rate have less than a high school diploma. As more education is received, that unemployment rate comes down. When we look at our unemployment rates by age group, we're seeing the biggest rates in the 16 to 19-year-old category, followed by that 20 to 24-year-old category. And then as we think about 25 up to 44, those are mimicking what we see statewide, mimicking what you saw in a lot of our urban counties as well. And then we've got decreases in that 45 to 54 range, a little bit of a bump in the older population there. And then our 65 plus population of older adults down to 3.8. So if you think about the opportunities with the adult learners based on your community, who are you targeting? What exactly is the age group that fits your profile of an adult learner that you're seeking to serve? You know, you're still going to see some higher unemployment rates skewing a little bit younger towards 20. But then as we think about the older worker, the 55 to 64 range, people who may need new certifications, who may need some retooling and upskilling in order to stay in the job market, are folks who may be able to benefit from some programs that are being put forth. Any questions on labor market overall before I shift into the business insights? Because this is a different data set, so I'm happy to just pause here and answer any questions that come up. Okay, feel free to chat them in as they come. In terms of business insights, so our team was able to partner with a national organization during this past year called the Graduate Network. And the Graduate Network has existed for almost 2 decades. They have an explicit focus on supporting adult learners who they deem as comebackers. And so this is the population of individuals who have some amount of college credit, but do not have a degree. And we do not have an active affiliate of the Graduate Network in our states, but their model nationally in a lot of different places provides specific supports, coaching, and resources to that adult learner population to determine how they can come back into a college environment and complete that degree, either associate's or completion of a bachelor's degree. And so one of the tools they've deployed recently is a survey methodology called Bridging the Talent Gap. And we were able to deploy that here in the state of Colorado. It is a nationally normed survey. So some of the information, we can draw comparisons to other locations and other places in the US. And it ultimately provides some interesting insights as to what value businesses are placing on education and the role that businesses may want to play in partnership with you as education providers to support the upskilling of their workforce and to support the current adult learner right now. So this is just a glimpse of who responded, just under 600 responses in on the survey. The bulk are small businesses. We had a good chunk of micro businesses as well, and then moving into the medium-sized businesses. So this is who responded. We did get a lot of diversity in terms of statewide responses. I can't promise every single area, which some of you may represent, gave us responses to the survey. And so we can kind of point out where that shows up. But some of the things I just want to emphasize about the hiring landscape right now, across the board, businesses have a positive economic outlook. This is their perception of which direction the economy is heading. We see the lowest marks, the most negatives coming in Southeast and Eastern Colorado. So some of our Eastern Plains where, if you think back to Elizabeth's slides, we've seen those population decreases. But across the board, urban, very positive economic outlook, lower in some of our rural sections. Now, in terms of anticipated future business prospects across the board, everybody felt that there was growth happening, that they were on a growth trajectory as a business and felt good and positive about their business prospects. I'll pause here and I'll just mention these titles you're seeing across the bottom. You may be thinking, what exactly is that area? Why is that the area? Where is my area? These terms are utilized by our workforce system to talk about our workforce, either local workforce areas or sub areas of the rural consortium. And if the community in which you are a part of is not listed, it's because we did not have a high enough number of survey responses to call out that specific county or that part of the state separately. One of the questions we pose to businesses is, what has happened and changed within your business since the pandemic? So explicitly, how has the pandemic shifted your thinking? And when we think about the importance of education and credentials, for the most part, that has largely stayed the same. Hiring challenges have increased, but people are placing a similar level of importance on education and credentials. Skills have either stayed the same, in some cases they've decreased, but some people are seeing the skills and competencies increase across their workforce during the pandemic as well. And so what does our business community believe they need moving forward? These are the key questions in terms of what would be beneficial and how you all might want to think about moving forward with businesses in your community. This is a list of the most important skills to employers. And I'm just going to pause so you can take a look and read some of those titles. That neither important nor unimportant, that's the midpoint. So only these bottom two, resource management, data management, are clustered on the unimportant side. Everything else is a level of importance that our employers are saying they need within their specific workforce. As we go into the next slide, we start to then translate. If I as an employer believe these are the skills that I need, how do I go about searching for individuals with those skills? 80% of employers believed that people with a bachelor's degree represented those skills. 71% believe people with an associate's degree was a good proxy determining factor as to whether or not they had those skills that are most in need. Only 55% felt that high school equivalent meant that someone was coming in with those skills. So this is an interesting piece to note in terms of the value of the degree and what skills it is developing for an individual that have immediate relevance and value to employers and to the job market. I'm going to pause on this slide so you can absorb it a little bit because it definitely has some regional variations. This is what are the anticipated needs of a business? So business owners were asked, what education levels do your employees need to have over the next 5 years? And so we do see bachelor's degree coming out, Southeast and Eastern, Colorado Springs Metro, as one of the highest anticipated needs that they see people having. This non-degree credential shows up fairly high. And so I know that's a component of the work that the community college system does. We also see the associate's degree that is having kind of a range of importance and a range of value, largely tied to geography. So different emphasis in Western than in Colorado Springs, much different emphasis in the northern part of our state than in Pueblo in the upper Arkansas area, as an example. And all these slides will be made available, and I can show you the link where you can access these and some other data points as we come out of this as well. One of the other areas of focus with this specific survey and methodology is really to try to probe around how businesses see their current connections with education providers and how they think about the opportunities for connections. And so if they know that their employees need specific skills, are they offering any type of benefit to support their employees to obtain those skills or not? And if so, what's happening with that? So I think this is exciting news, and a place to think about is that 70% of the businesses are interested in partnering with learning providers right now. And so if you're thinking about a focus area potentially and how you go about engaging with employers and supporting your labor market, we have a lot of employers who say they want to engage. They're not currently engaged in partnership, and they're ready to explore that or definitely want to pursue it. That's going to vary based on the size of business. So it's our medium-sized businesses who really had the biggest interest in connecting with learning providers. But as you can see, there's strong interest across the board, businesses of all sizes who want to engage. And I think sometimes some institutions may focus on just those large employers because you're looking to get a cluster of students connected to businesses, but there's opportunities for partnership with all types of entities based on these survey results. In terms of supports for work, we were looking to see, what is offered here in the state of Colorado. And so that top line is nationally what people are offering, the percent of businesses who offer college tuition as a benefit to their employees, and then non-college support as well. So here in Colorado, you're seeing that about only 36% of companies are offering some type of college tuition benefit to their employees. And the belief from those employers is that only 47% of those dollars are actually being utilized. So even when it's offered, it's not necessarily being taken advantage of by the student. One of the next phases in our research that we hope to engage in is employee level surveys with some of these businesses who responded, so we can understand what is preventing some of those individuals from pursuing these specific benefits that employers are offering. And in many cases, there's that opportunity to have that direct education provider partnership that makes it easier for an employer to deploy those benefits and can increase that utilization. Our larger businesses are more likely to offer financial support. So that may not be a surprise, but businesses who are bigger in scope are more likely to offer that. However, we still see it across all types of businesses where people are testing this or trying to offer it as some type of benefit. Can I explain the difference between a micro business and a small business? The micro business was fewer than 9 employees, and the small business definition goes from 10 employees up to 100 employees. On non-college support, that would be some type of education or training that is not credit bearing and is not working towards a degree. So if we think about non-degree certificates, industry recognized credentials, those are the types of non-college support that businesses may be providing as a benefit to their employees. So this is looking at utilization by geography. And so our rural parts of the states is where we're especially seeing underutilization of those education benefits that employers may be offering. And again, statewide average for us was at 47%, or that estimate of 47% utilization of that, much lower southeast and eastern Colorado. In terms of assistance programs for individuals, we saw a lot of businesses who are interested in creating something new or expanding what they're currently offering. So I think we're seeing a trend and an understanding that businesses cannot passively wait for the education system to make the perfect employee. Businesses have to engage with you all to support that process, whether it's paying that tuition, whether it's engaging in curriculum development and design, whether it's opening their doors to say, come into our business environment to teach this course to my staff or to bring in other students from different places as well. We are seeing some shift in thinking and different opportunities about what businesses want to pursue and how they want to work out. And so I'm going to cover a few more slides and we'll just go into questions from here. Some of the things that the Workforce Development Council has been focused in on over the past several years includes the integration of skills-based hiring approaches for businesses as a means of opening up more doors of opportunity, as well as expansion of work-based learning opportunities and apprenticeship programs. And so we put some questions in front of businesses about some of these concepts just to get a pulse of what they felt was valuable and important. And so what this shows us is that employers are placing the highest level of priority when it comes to hiring. Their biggest priority is on job skills. And are the candidates walking in their doors, do they possess the skills needed to complete those jobs? And so that's where these shades of dark blue are showing up as high priorities. They're also looking for specific experience that can come through in apprenticeships, on the job training as well. Then we're seeing non-degree credentials and college degrees with lowering levels of priority. And so ultimately, this isn't saying that a degree is not important, that a degree is not going to be a determining factor in your economic opportunity and your wage levels, but this is really getting into what do employers ultimately care about in the hiring process. And so therefore, how can we position our learners to compete for the best possible jobs? I think one of the things that is of value in this conversation is ensuring we've got a good map of the competencies that are developed through specific curricula, and understanding that when someone has earned a specific associate's degree, here's the skill set that they developed as a part of that. There's also a lot of other conversations to support adult learners around prior learning assessments, and I don't need to go down that path with you all today. But this is, some of the information we're seeing back from businesses. And so here's a website, bttgcolorado.org, and that BTTG stands for Bridging the Talent Gap. And that is where you can view these slides. You can also look at some other regional kind of slices of that data. You can see some more information about what has happened. And so just looking at some of the questions that have come in here in the chat box that I've missed, a question about further communication across the council and CCCS related to collective outreach campaigns to those employers. I think something like that is absolutely a possibility. We are currently engaging with stimulus funding that ultimately we want to see utilized to help people earn credentials and get employed and receive higher wages for that employment. And so I think we're always open to partnerships with educational entities, with you all, with the college system, to determine how we can best position information in front of learners and in front of businesses to help create those partnerships. I'm scrolling up in my chain a little bit just to see if I missed anything else.
There was a question about unemployment from President DeSantis at CCD, just about how that's calculated.
Yeah. So yes, I believe is my short answer to the question. And the unemployment rate only includes those actively looking. And so these numbers are based on a survey methodology that the American Community Survey conducts. And so it's not about unemployment claims necessarily and people who have filed, but true who states they're looking for work and who isn't. And so that does definitely feed into the age breakdown as well. If they were not looking for work as a 17-year-old, they're not going to show up in that unemployment rate. So question about, do we see shifting behaviors when employers post a position in terms of looking for a specific degree versus looking for those skills? It's happening in certain sectors. And there's certain large corporations in the IT sector that have made public shifts in that direction to state we no longer require a degree. We're only talking about the different competencies that we are looking at. The number of employers actually trained in these methods here in the state of Colorado is still relatively small. And it's something that our team promotes and supports in partnership with the Markle Foundation and the Skillful Initiative that has developed a robust training series that employers can take advantage of, because it is a fundamental shift, not only in what the job description says and what the job posting says, but then also how do you translate that into your screening process? And the ideal that we like to promote is that if a company is going to lead with the skills that they're looking for and the competencies they're looking for, they're going to have a good sense of, what's the minimum that needs to be met for me to hire someone. And if you talk to 10 different HR people, you may get 10 different definitions of how much someone actually needs to know before they hire into the job. But then there needs to be an onboarding plan put in place around that. And so the first day someone walks in, they have a sense with their supervisor of where they're going to grow and what those opportunities are to develop additional skills that will be necessary. In some cases, we have employers who are going to do that training in-house. In other cases, we have employers who are going to be looking for educational partnerships and want to have that go-to entity, which can oftentimes include one of your campuses and one of your colleges, to provide that upskilling. There are resources available right now for completion of industry recognized credentials and completion of associate's degrees and bachelor's degrees through both the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship Initiative and through our workforce system with upskilling dollars.
This seems, Lee, and I've talked to some CEOs, that they say they're looking for skills and they don't screen out based on degrees, but then they find out that HR actually still does. You know, HR looks at ways to reduce the number of applications they have to look over for particular jobs, and they still use those, not really as a proxy, but more as a screening device.
Yeah, I think one of the realities is we have a lot of tools designed to look at the degree, and we have a lot of screening capabilities that can easily screen people out. And so it is hard to shift away from some of those things. I don't know that I've seen similar levels of technology that have come on the market to adapt and adjust for that. And so, you know, maybe that's an innovation opportunity to create those resources that can support human resource professionals. But it is something, and I'll use state government as an example, because we have worked on this and wrestled with that as a state government employer, and what does it mean when we hire people? And so the folks who have to be trained, you know, in our context, it is that human resources staff that's doing that initial screening, and then it's the hiring manager who's doing the initial draft of the job posting and who's doing the interview to make sure that everything is working in sync to think about. Ultimately, when I think about what this data represents and how do we reconcile employers saying they're looking for skills, but postings that are still looking for degrees, and ultimately how do we open up doors of opportunity, it's helping individuals articulate what they're capable of and what they can do. And so these are tricky conversations sometimes in post-secondary education environments. And several years ago, I was at a conference where there were 4 white men on the stage talking about the importance of skills-based hiring and the opportunities that people could receive without a college degree. And between those 4 white males, they had 11 degrees between them. And so it's a shifting conversation. But I think the ability for you all to have clarity in your documents, in your materials, around how some of the fundamental skills will be developed through your courses and through your curriculum, so that I know and I can tell an employer that because of the associate's degree I have, I've developed teamwork skills, and I've been engaged in project-based learning across mathematics and science and applied technology in a manufacturing setting. And so I can take that into the job setting here. Or if you think about some of the healthcare components and very technical skills that need to be learned, but then also communication skills that get augmented and supplemented by other coursework within that full degree curriculum. I think having that ability to ensure your students know what they are capable of, and not just the fact that they have a degree, that they can then articulate with businesses, and the nature in which you engage and build those partnerships with your employers, so they understand exactly what your college is delivering when they're working with incumbent workers, with their existing employees, or working with new younger students and adult learners who are potential employees as well. I think can help share that message and help reduce the overall skill shortage that we got right now.
I did a quick scan of the questions and I didn't see others. And I know you have a hard stop at about 12:40, you said. So I want to respect your time. If you have anything else you want to add, otherwise we will break.
I would just say again, thank you for the opportunity. It's always a pleasure to talk with you all, and I hope the rest of your day goes well.
Thank you. Why don't we get started? Li-Ling, if you're ready, and Kelly, if you're ready. What we're going to do here is shift over to our system IR folks. I'll let them just say who they are and what their roles are, and then get right into what they want to share. So Li-Ling, Kelly, turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Lyndon. Trying to share my screen. So good afternoon, everyone. If we haven't met, my name is Li-Ling Shi, and I'm the Assistant Director of IR. And as Linda mentioned, Kelly Graves is with us. He is the IR Business and Reporting Analyst. Kelly and I have prepared 3 reports for each college, and we are going to go over each of these reports next. So for the Adult Learner Summit Data Book, it compares younger students with adult learners. The purpose of this data book is to tell us who our adult learners are and how they are different from younger students in terms of performance, enrollment, demographic information. And Kelly is going to present the cluster analysis. The cluster analysis report just look at adult learners and use the technique of cluster analysis to see how many groups of adult learners we have at each college. And this varies from 2 to 5, and Kelly is going to share with you shortly. And the MC Economic Report shows an overview of a regional economy in the service areas of each college. So as Dr. Garcia mentioned in the beginning of this summit, the adult learner enrollment at the system level has been decreasing since academic year 17-18. In the latest academic year 2021, it is about 34% of our total population. And this population varies from college to college. At LCC, the percentage of adult learners is only 17%. And we have Pueblo Community College at 47%. Figure 2 also tells you how different group of students are impacted by COVID. As you can see here, adult learners 25 and up, they are impacted more. The enrollment is down by 11.7% compared to traditional students 18 to 24 was down 9% and 4% by students under 18. And figure 2, it looks closer to the adult learners. The purpose of this chart is to tell us which groups of adult learners are impacted more. And as you can see, the older adult learners, 35 and older, the enrollment decreased by 15.4% compared to about 9%, 8% here for younger adult learners between 25 and 34. So how about their demographic compared to younger students? You can see in figure 4, compared with younger students, older adult learners, there's a higher percentage of Black or African American students. And this also shows us that younger students disproportionately represented among younger students, 24 and under. And on the other hand, adult learners has a less proportion of Hispanic students compared to younger students. So Hispanic students were disproportionately represented among adult learners. Same observation we see in here, a higher percentage of adult learners are first generation. Although we see a 5 percentage point increase from last year, the proportion of adult learners filing FAFSA, which are these two groups, not Pell eligible and Pell eligible. Even though there is a 5% increase, there is actually a 4 percentage point decrease in Pell eligible. But regardless of this decrease, the proportion of Pell eligible adult learners is still higher than younger students here. For gender, adult students have a higher proportion of female students, and they have a higher proportion of students who are paying out-of-state tuition, and a higher proportion of the adult learners compared with younger students are in the CTE program, which are AAS and certificates. How about their performance? The pass rates, the adult learners constantly have a higher pass rate than their peers for the past 5 years. The gap is about an average of 4 percentage points between these two groups. And this really varies from college to college. For example, at CCA, the gap between these two groups is less than 1 percentage point. So there's almost no difference between these two groups. Cohort retention, adult learners have a lower cohort retention rate than younger students, but this is not too concerning because only 20% of the cohort students is adult learners. And when we look at all of the students, this result kind of flipped. Adult learners actually have a higher retention rate than younger students. And adult learners, compared to younger students, adult learners have a higher percentage of students receive 2-year certificate and AAS degrees. 1-year certificate is a little bit lower. So they are measuring in 2-year certificates. So far, we have been looking at the enrolled students. How about the students who drop all of their courses before census day? How do they, compare to the enrolled students? What's the proportion? So for the last 3 years, among those enrolled students, adult learners is about an average of 35%. However, if you look at the dropout students, they account for over 50% of the population. And this is pretty concerning because we cannot keep the students after census. And we see this result, the same result across 12 colleges. And the only exception is NJC. At NJC, adult learners are less likely to drop out than traditional students between 18 and 24. And when I break it down by 3 different age groups and look at, compare enrolled adult learners with dropout adult learners, I don't see any age group that stands up. So that's a good news. I also look at the applicants who applied at CCCS, but they were not enrolled. I look at 3 academic years. And among those 15,000 students, they are enrolled somewhere, only 2,000 are adult learners. And but compared with younger students, a higher proportion of adult learners are enrolled in out-of-state 4-year college. And if you see the figure 22, it shows the top institutions for adult learners, the most popular ones. The majority of them either are online institutions or they are online program in traditional universities. And the most popular program is in business. However, and this, please be cautioned, this section, I did not break it down by college because the number is too small. And it is really hard to tell us who our competitors are. But the good news and the conclusion we can make from here is if the adult learner applicant, if they did not enroll with us, they did not enroll anywhere else. Majority of them is the case. So that's a good news and that's an opportunity for us. And next, Kelly is going to cover cluster analysis and MC economic review.
Good afternoon. Ling, it looks like it's saying that you're still sharing your screen.
Okay, let me see. Okay.
There we go. All right, so let me get mine going. Okay, can everyone see that? So what I'm going to do here, thank you, Stacy, is I have an annotated version of the executive summary PDF. And would just like to go through that. Didn't think a PowerPoint would make much sense since you all have these the executive summaries individually. So wanted to go through this and help you out with how to interpret this and get through it and understand everything. So the obvious choice seemed to be the Colorado Community College system as a whole. So that's what I'll be going with. And then I know we'll be addressing others individually in the breakout sessions. And I may not be able to answer questions on the fly just because there's not much time, but if we don't get to them at the end of the presentation here, we can do it in the breakout sessions. So just starting out with the first paragraph, we did look at 3 fall cohorts. And this is really for the purpose to looking at getting a strong population of students across more than 1 year with ample time for them to show their behavior in terms of retention, terms under their belt, credits completed, and those types of key metrics. As you see for CCCS, the entire universe was over 63,000. And by the way, this entire data set was just one data set, and each individual college was split out from this data set to do its own individual cluster analysis. But in this case, with the 63,000, it had to be sampled down just because the cluster algorithm just won't work on that big of a data set. But you can be assured that for the individual college data sets, the whole thing was run through the algorithm. So that's good news there. And then, so this can get kind of heady here. We're talking about the clustering algorithm and how it was done in R. For people that want to really get into the weeds on this, there's an excellent paper by Dan Martin on Wicked Good Data. I can put this website into the chat if you want, but that's basically what I use to formulate the analysis here. And I think it's very interesting, but he goes into a lot more depth with the technical stuff. And then this really bottom line is that what we're trying to do with this analysis is model groups of students according to whom they are most alike and away from whom they are least alike. And that's what this algorithm does. And then put everything into Excel. That's part of your data packet. And you're encouraged to look at this just because you can make your own interpretations directly from the data. And there's just a lot more in there. There's more tables. There's more analysis from R as far as data summaries and things like that that you may want to look at if you want to really get deep into this. And then used IMSI. I think everybody's familiar with this, Economic Modeling Specialist International. That was really helpful for pulling together data outside of the schools as far as what's going on in the individual service areas, as far as labor data, census data. It uses health department data and more to give you an idea what the trends look like and what's going on as far as what students can expect outside of the school. Results were only considered from variables where the results and the numbers of people answering was statistically significant based on a sample size with 95% degree of confidence. And I think that's only important for a few variables. One example is academic goal. And this isn't quite the best way to say this. It's not really students who did not report a goal. It's just that we didn't have it until, I guess, recently for maybe the last year or so. And then students were required to submit what their goal is. But just keep that in mind, that since the cohort is a broader cohort over 3 years, that it may be spotty in some cases. And then looking at some of these tables, you're going to see this a lot. You're going to see cluster index to total. And there's a description down here, and there's another footnote. But this is really something to keep in mind because it carries throughout the entire analysis. If you get this down, you're golden. But basically what it's saying is something like this, where in this case, you can see that cluster 1 is really overrepresented for telecommunications tech with enrollment of 48% versus almost 0 for cluster 2. So, and then for the total CCCS, it's 7.7%. So what this means for an index is we're just taking this 48% in the case of cluster 1, dividing it by 7.7 to get to 6.23. So you could say, and just think of this as a benchmark or an average over here in the total. So effectively, you could say students in cluster 1 are more than 6 times more likely to be enrolled in this program compared to the average. That's all it's saying, but that just gives us a good way to compare the clusters together and also against the total. And this is just reaffirming that. And then, so what I tried to do with each of these cluster profiles is just look at something in general to start out with and to put more of a face on the student per se. So in this case with cluster 1, with 69% of those students fitting the skills builder criteria, I'm just basically saying, hey, this cluster looks like it's mostly skills builders. And interesting tidbit here is that when we first did this analysis, I was only looking at a 25 to 45 age group cutoff. When we expanded it out to everyone 25 plus, these skills builders became even more pronounced when the age range was spread out. So that was interesting because I think it just goes to show that, and skills builders showed up a lot across the system with individual schools as well, that they may be more established people going back to get a certificate or something to further their career. And then this first set of bullets just kind of backs that up, looking at, for example, the programs that index the highest for cluster 1 ranked by that. You can see that a lot of these look like they're maybe more CTE oriented. There's a telecommunications tech that we saw earlier indexing way high. Computer engineering tech index is even higher, but the enrollment quantity there is pretty negligible. But yeah, the first set of bullets is looking at that criteria. The fall cohort and overall median pass rates are perfect ones. That's part of that criteria. And you could go through this and find more. And then the second part of this is just other key characteristics. So it's really just saying that these items aren't directly correlated to that criteria. But what I found is, especially with skills builders, is that they seem to be consistent. Like a lot of skills builders, for whatever reason, do not bother to file a FAFSA, and a lot of them don't declare degrees and those types of things. So this gives you more exact metrics for that. Same here, making a broader generalization, but try to back it up with the data. So with cluster 2, they seem to look like they're more traditional post-secondary students. But, you know, once again, go to the data and make your own interpretation of this. This is my best interpretations from the data, and try to boil it down so that you're not just looking at numbers throughout. Same here with these being more, looks like more general programs that they're enrolled in. And then first set of bullets is just looking at those items that may make them look like they're more traditional. You know, most of them are for first generation, for example. Most have residency status, those types of things that you might associate with that. And then other things that that you can look at that are associated with that cluster. Significant majority are female, 62%, which is juxtaposed to cluster 1 above, where it was mostly male. And then we come to the visual comparison. So you got to keep in mind that the data is very much more exact than this. So what we're basically looking at here is trying to condense a 21-dimensional space with all these different observations, each one representing an individual student, into two-dimensional. It tries to do that, doesn't always do it well, but you can see that cluster 1 looks like it's fairly grouped. 2 is cluster 2 is fairly well grouped. Cluster 1 is not. And my theory behind that is probably because there's a lot of more unknowns for cluster 1. Program is a good example, not filing a FAFSA, those things that kind of make things more spread out. But when you look at the data, I think both clusters look like the aggregated data fits and is more homogeneous per cluster. And then we come to the medoids, which I think is the closest thing that I can come to a persona. And I think it's the best way to do it, because the medoid, if you read through this and read all the endnotes and everything, is that it's a real observation at the center of this 21 variable data set. So you'll see some things like most recent previous CCCS degree is blank here for this person and for this person as well. Well, it's blank for most people in the data set, because that's not the best data that we can always get. But when you look at it in aggregate, if there's enough that are statistically, significant from that variable, then, it's certainly at least directional. So keep that in mind when looking at the aggregated data. Then we come to the MC part of this. MC does a great job of automating the reports and putting them into nice looking report packets, probably a lot better looking than in the presentation here. So I encourage you to look at that. And that's would be called, it's beginning with your school acronym, MC Economic Overview, and that's a PDF, as well as the occupation table, which shows those occupations and what those look like. Anything is in italic is my interpretation from what I'm seeing for the data. See here, it says the population of the service area is growing faster than the number of jobs. So that's something to keep in mind as far as trying to make, if it says something like that for your school, then maybe that's an opportunity that, hey, more people will be competing for jobs if the population growth slows down faster than the job growth slows down faster than the population growth, so we can help to make them more competitive. So that's what the italic comments are all about. Then you come to the occupations table itself, or the occupations and skills. So this is looking at what really best fits when we're looking at the clusters. So business administration, management, general and accounting tech, those index highest for cluster 2. So maybe you target cluster 2 students for those programs, those that relate to that, or recruit students based on, hey, the biggest opportunities are out there are in business and financial operations, and we have the programs to help you meet those goals if that's what you want to study. You know, what's most pressing in the marketplace for those. That's how that works. And then some of the verbiage is just a little more qualitative, because that's all we can get from MC in some cases. So, you know, management, that's a pretty broad field, but that's, according to them, the 5th highest ranking area. So what relates to that, probably business management programs and things like that. But, you know, management doesn't always require a degree or a credential, but you can still help students out with programs that do relate directly. Here, cluster 2 in this case shows the biggest propensity in business administration and management program, and it has a medical office management program. So something to maybe advertise on the website, or to engage with students if they're not sure of what they want to do. And skills is really the same vein. Then we're looking at the occupation table. I want to point out here that there are actually 2 tabs in the occupation table. One is I'm just calling unfettered, which is, didn't do anything to that, but I have another one that I'm showing here where I'm just ranking it by the 2020 hires with that all have 5-year positive growth. So you can kind of get a bead on what that's looking like, what's ranking, and what the highest salaries are. I think earlier they mentioned software developers and software quality assurance, how hot that is now. And maybe that's a path to a 4-year program or something like that through community college. So that's that piece, and then have some conclusions, and then the appendix A, you'll be looking at the tables, the key tables that I pulled directly from the cluster analysis workbook. And but I encourage you to go to that workbook itself to get more detail if that's what you need to do. But at least you can see the main items as to what I'm talking about up in the executive summary there. So variable analysis here. So I tried to highlight anything. There's goal where, like in this case, it wasn't, these responses here just aren't enough to be statistically significant. So you can be wary of that. And then Appendix B is strengthening enrollment with market aligned programs. This is from an MC webinar that I attended, and it's from a survey with data that they collected on a national scale to let you know what's going on. And this is from data that we really don't have. It's more qualitative data as far as wants and desires of adult learners. Here you see that they're going back because they want to earn more money. That seemed to be the top goal. Things to keep in mind. And that's the rest of that. So then the endnotes here, here's the skills builder criteria. If you need to look at that in regard to anyone who has skills builders that dominate a cluster. And that's pretty much it. So look forward to, you know, looking at this further with your individual schools.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Are the two of you, just want to make sure before I do any sort of transition comments?
I'm finished.
Yes, we're done.
Okay, yeah. Great. So what we're going to shift to now is our college breakouts, and a lot of what Kelly and Li-Ling presented, and especially on this cluster analysis, is probably going to be something you're going to need to spend some significant time with, just to understand for your own institutions. If you're doing any of those types of discussions in these breakouts, feel free to ask for Kelly or Li-Ling to hop over to your room, and they can answer any more in-depth questions. And frankly, on any of the documents that you have, but in particular on that one. So I want to thank you both for all of the work you've done, just even preparing for today, and all of the documents broken out by college that you've put together, and then for giving that high-level overview of these documents. So we are going to push into the college breakout rooms. Well, thanks everyone. I was able to pop into maybe half of the rooms, so I didn't get to everyone, but sounds like some really good conversation going on about what you learned and some things you'd like to do as colleges. So this last portion of the day really is, like I mentioned, a round robin of sorts. We'll call on each breakout or each college essentially to take just a couple of minutes to share any highlights and next steps that you might have. I'm going to go in reverse order actually. However, with one exception, Mordecai needs to leave for a foundation meeting. So I did say that CCA can go first, but after that it'll be Trinidad, and we'll go backwards from there. So Mordecai, are you or someone from your team ready to share?
We were born ready, Brandon. Well, good afternoon, everybody. We were just getting started. I mean, the conversation was just really kind of starting to take another form, and we were enjoying that. But I'll tell you, I think the charge was to provide two. So first thing that we really want to take a look at CCA is our relationships with industry partners and that whole piece about micro-credentialing, right? So micro-credentialing certainly is a term that's being used in and out of conversations. However, the real truth is, even if we begin to offer these micro-credentials, is industry going to hire our students off of these micro-credentials? And really needing to have a conversation with these various HR directors and partners and saying, is this enough to not only employ somebody, but to now also have a livable wage? Because we're doing students a disservice to now get a credential, and again, they're having a subpar living and still now putting them in deeper facets of poverty. So we talked about that. The other thing that we talked about is taking a look at our terms of instruction. Who says that it takes 16 weeks to learn a learning outcome, to achieve a learning outcome? What does that look like to do it in 8 weeks, maybe 5 weeks? We talked about various opportunities as well with certain competitors, for-profit and nonprofit, on their rolling enrollment opportunities. What does it look like to be able to start a course at any given time? And as we're continuing to compete in this adult education market, our need to really review, reconstruct, or deconstruct our idea of this 16-week semester is certainly has a pressing issue on it. So we talked about much more than that, but those are our two, Landon.
All right, fantastic, thank you. Rhonda, and I know Rhonda, you're handing it over to
Jim.
Yep, to Jim. So
yes.
Go ahead, Jim.
All right, so again, a lot of information to digest, a lot of very insightful comments. And our top takeaways, I just want to summarize those and then talk a bit about some next steps that we think we can put into place, perhaps even over the next 90 days. Top three takeaways, we really need to reimagine our business and our process models so they have a better understanding of how they fit with adult learners and whether they are, quote, adult learner friendly. Secondly, we had takeaway that we need to realign our pathways to be more family and work oriented, more family and work friendly, again, to cater to those unique needs of the adult learner who, when life gets in the way, may be precluded from coming to Trinidad State if we don't have the systems and the pathways in place that allow them to do so. We also really heard the discussion on the veterans and how important veterans are to our community and certainly to our college, and want to really figure out ways that we can better service the needs of veterans and to identify whether we have the in-house expertise, not only from a veteran standpoint to understand the mindset, but also the processes involved, the complex processes with serving their needs. So would we need to hire a veteran coordinator, for example? So those are 3 takeaways. In terms of next steps, and again, we threw out an aggressive schedule, perhaps 90 days. We'd like to build out a Bachelor of Applied Science degree in business. Again, because we see this as catering to the needs of adult learners who really want to get into the workplace quickly or to expand their opportunities with greater promotion potential. Looking at new student orientation and customizing it to better meet the needs of adult workers as well. Do we need something separate and apart, or something more customized that caters and speaks and resonates to the adult learner? And we have a lot of data here, that cluster analysis, and we really need to digest that and understand that and really determine and ascertain, are we indeed providing the programs, providing the services that fit our unique demographics, that fit our unique economic needs in the Valley and on the Trinidad side. And finally, we're going to implement a scheduling tool that some of the larger colleges have, and that will help us with scheduling classes and get a better understanding of our excess capacity, how we can compress timeframes, how to make our scheduling more convenient for all students, but particularly those busy adult learners that we want to recruit.
All right, thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
Next, Michelle at Red Rocks, or someone else from your team.
Are we unmuted?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hold on, no, can't.
We're right here. Just mute there. Mute there. Okay. Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can now.
Yes.
Go ahead. She can hear.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can anyone hear me?
Use mine, Dr. Haney. If you speak through mine, you'll be able to hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So we had, and I'm echoing. Am I echoing with you all? No? Okay. We had quite a same types of conversations. In fact, we were probably just getting started. So obviously there's a lot of work to be done. Some of the things we highlighted that we really want to work on right off the bat is certainly the schedule. And I think everybody mentioned that as well, that looking at our schedule and looking at whether or not it's an adult learner friendly, is it student friendly versus faculty friendly, and which direction do we really want to go? The other part was looking at credit versus non-credit pathways. We are beginning a workforce development division, and that's going to be our focus in trying to look at those pathways and do certainly a better job of working with adult students as they go that direction. The other one was looking at services availability. I think we've learned a lot in terms of delivery of remote services over the last year, but looking at what we might want to do and the availability 24/7 or whatever kinds of hours we really need to take a look at in terms of student services. And we worked from that assessment plan that was in your document, Landon, and went down through the various different categories to see, what was our level of readiness. I think we came up with the idea we have a lot to work on, but that's good news. At least we are bringing it to the forefront and we know where we need to go. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Michelle. And Patty.
Dr. Sam DeSumo from our Southwest campus is going to give our report.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sam DeSumo representing Pueblo, as well as our 2 branch campuses. Our highlights are basically, actually, we coined a new term, which will be part of our lingo, and that's pruning. We are going to look at all our programs and look at sort of like create tiers and look to see which programs are successful, which ones are really pulling the revenue stream, and the ones that are not going to kind of be sunsetted or at least put on the shelf for now. And because the resources are limited and we can't keep adding more programs with the hope of being efficient and for them to be quality. So we're going to look at pruning. We're also going to look at our industry connection, how we connect with the industry. Rather than us trying to do all the work, let's partner with our industry partners so that they can do some of that for us. A lot of them are approaching us, whether it's in Pueblo or even here in the Southwest where I work, they're approaching us wanting to do things with us. So we don't have to do everything. We just need to leverage our strength, our social and political strength in our service areas and make that work for adult learners and everybody. So those are the two key things among many others. Next steps for us, our group is meeting again tomorrow. Our team is meeting tomorrow, to do a deeper dive into some of the things that we've heard today and where do we go next? Because, we didn't get here overnight and we believe we can make a change that drastically, but we're going to start the pathway, the framework to get making that change. We're going to start that as soon as possible. So our team is meeting tomorrow to do a deep dive, having those intentional and conversations to move our college in the right direction. So that's kind of, we want to be bold, we want to be flexible, and we want to be brave. Those are the things that are going to drive our work over the next, couple of years or so. So thanks.
All right, thank you, Sam, and thank you, Pueblo. Lance Bolton at Pikes Peak, or whoever you want to designate.
Jackie, I think you have to turn around because the camera's behind you.
Hi, this is Jackie. I'll be reporting for Pikes Peak Community College. And so what we like a lot of you, we just started the conversation. So it was great for us to have this opportunity to speak and really look at what we're doing across the college. And so some of the things that we like to do is expand on the lessons that we learned due to COVID. So we want to continue to offer our online and virtual support services as well as academic support services for our students. We want to continue to offer trainings as it relates to our career services area and even expand that so that more students are able to take advantage of that. We would like to look at our non-credit to credit pathway and perhaps based on what we heard from the student panel and from the workforce panel, offer something specifically for our adult learners that will offer training specific to the skills that employers are looking for in a non-credit model that those students may then elect to have offered for credit, and that would take the place of perhaps a AAA 109 class that we have for our students. We'd like to identify certificate programs that we can pilot and offer in a cohort model. We'd like to really take a deep dive and look at our weekend college that we have and really make it more student friendly for our adult learners. We'd like to look at our schedule and determine what programs we can offer in accelerated and intensive formats so that we can offer students in the span of a 15-week semester. Perhaps they can take 2 8-week classes instead of one long 15-week course, and that way they'll be able to get through their certificate process more quickly. And then we just like to, look at how we can better support our adult learners, specifically looking at those support services such as childcare, building cohorts, creating a sense of community, and offering spaces in which our adult learners feel that they belong. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jackie. Next, we have Otero. Tim?
Hello.
Hey, Tim. Good to see you.
You can hear me okay?
Yep.
Perfect. So Dr. Chelsea Harrison is going to give you the update.
Shut itself off.
Okay, can you hear me?
Wait, it shut off.
Yep, we can.
Okay, we're like freezing and doing weird things in here, literally and figuratively, right? This room is pretty cold. Okay, so just to kind of echo what everybody has been saying, there are three main things that we need to work on. First is we want to research community needs, really get out and have conversations with industry partners to see not just what their needs are now, but also where their needs are going to be in the next 10 years. In terms of staffing. One thing a little different that we talked about is looking into remote work opportunities and the credentials that are required for those, because in rural areas, we don't have the same employment market as some of the urbans and like employment opportunities. So if we can get students credentials where they could stay here but work remotely somewhere, that could be a good thing for our community. We want to evaluate where, when, and how we provide instruction and support services for our adult learners. This includes evaluating current programs and figuring out how we can make them work better for that population. And lastly, we had a really rich conversation about developing new courses and programs and how to really expand some non-credit offerings. One thing that I realized just sitting in this room today is the amount of untapped potential in our faculty and staff outside of maybe their current positions, and how we can leverage some of those talents as we move forward.
All right, that's great. Thank you very much. And it was good. The camera finally zoomed and narrowed in on you as we got a good view of your entire room. So that's good.
Yeah, I just want to compliment both Otero and Pikes Peak. That was really cool to kind of see the whole room and then narrow it down into the speaker. So cool IT stuff going on.
Next is Northeastern.
So this is Linda Merkel from Northeastern, and I think we're following the similar path. A couple of things that we did talk about first was what is our strengths and what is our weaknesses as it relates to the adult learner. And we heard from Jamie Giacomini earlier this morning. Obviously, that is a point of strength for us at the college, but we recognize that there's areas we need to look at. And I think the first thing that we kind of realized we need to come to an understanding of is are we prepared? Do we have the cultural competence to deal with adult learners? And what do we need to do to educate ourselves on their needs and their desires? And then gaining that understanding, also the need for more data on what the needs in this particular area are with our adult students, and packaging of our programs. We have a lot of STEP programs where you do a certificate, you get an advanced certificate, and then you move on to a degree. But are we offering that and packaging that in a manner that would be helpful to our adult population? And then I think the last piece I would mention is kind of how are we working with adult learners prior to them stepping onto the college? How are we messaging to them? How are we making them feel welcome? What is it that would attract them to come here and have a conversation about returning to school? So those were our takeaways for the day.
Excellent. Thank you, Linda. And next we have Morgan, and I know Scott, you're presenting on behalf of Morgan.
I am, yeah. So a lot of similarities in what we found. Our first one was we think we need to review and adjust our marketing. That we think that our traditional marketing isn't tailored to adult students. So we want to make sure that one, we're reaching those students effectively, and two, that we're packaging those things in our marketing that address the barriers. Going back to Joe's talk this morning, what are those barriers that kept those students from coming from the parking lot into the building? So trying to be proactive and answer some of those questions on the front end. We also thought it was critical to create sort of affinity groups or a community for adult students when they come to school. The third was that some of the discussion led us down the road of better defining what forms of alternative credit and prior learning assessment opportunities might be available And that came out of the discussion of are we doing all we can in our evaluation of military credits? And we think it's broader than that. So we want to identify any opportunities students have to take life skills and past experiences and turn them into college credits to quicken time to degree. This is very similar to what others have said, but we believe that we need to have partnerships with both employers in our area, but also a formalized partnership with workforce development so that we can be a better part in the development of the community and also in line with the opportunities in the workforce and with jobs that will lead to a livable wage. And then similar with others as well, we talked a lot about just the flexibility in offerings to make sure that our offerings would align with sort of the limitations that many adult learners have when coming back to school. And then also the review of our program opportunities. And part of that came to some of the discussion had to do with the smaller schools and in rural communities where when we try and be flexible and do things such as evening classes or Saturday classes, that what we end up with is maybe enough students to run something, but they're all at different places in the program or have interest in different programs. So we end up with 3 classes that none of them are able to run or be viable. And so we thought that there might be some partnership opportunities with other colleges or potentially leveraging the rural consortium. And then going from here, I think step 1 is for us to digest all the good conversation and ideas that were generated today, and then prioritize and pare it down so that it's in a form that's doable and reasonable.
Sounds great. Thank you, Scott. Lamar.
Yes, Dr. Stolp is going to do our report out.
So we had 2 ideas that kind of really resonated with us that we wanted to share. One was thinking more creatively about pathways, and we really liked Northeastern Community College's idea of pairing the English language courses with the CNA program. That was a really good takeaway for us. And we also thought a lot about the front door and the parking lot analogy. What does that parking lot look like, and how do we get people from that parking lot, whether it's a physical parking lot, our website, that first phone call, how do we make that process really seamless for our adult students? Because it does seem, theme we're hearing over and over is that first, second, third try before we're really in the door, and we want to make that process easier. We also, like a lot of other schools, talked about our challenges and some of the successes we want to build on. Our challenges are childcare, finances, schedules, and student support, and we want to look at all of those. And we're also excited about growing some of our successes, and we're looking at developing a welcome center on campus. We have a new MAP center for advising, and looking at technology upgrades in some of the existing programs we have now with some creative scheduling and different things we have going that really appeal to adult learners and building on those.
Excellent. Thank you, Anessa. All right. Front Range.
It's so weird going in reverse order, because it's like, oh, you get your mindset on which way, who's going to come before you. And I'm always introducing Lamar. We wanted to start by thanking the system staff for the data work. We spent some time digging into the data, and that was really rich, although we're still trying to understand the clusters a little bit. But the data was very helpful. So thanks to your team, Landon, and all the folks who worked on that. We started down a path of really talking about how much do we need disruptive change. One of our admissions and outreach folks talked a little bit about, the things he's hearing from students who want more certainty and understanding what a whole program is going to cost and how the program will run. And it made us start thinking about ways we could offer programs differently in cohorts, whether we could even have guaranteed tuition over the course of multiple semesters, and whether we really should be thinking about structuring programs entirely differently. We've got one program we converted to 5-week modules that's been pretty successful. We've got some folks experimenting with the idea of 5-week hybrid business transfer degrees on the weekends. And how do we break out of our box more, even break out of the semester box? The team that was discussing this was a new student enrollment task force that we convened a couple months ago that has an adult learning subcommittee. So it was already charged with looking at some of these things. And I think that's one of the areas we're going to explore more and more is how do we really think of our programming a lot differently? I will say that one of the things that got us started in that conversation was one of the folks said, you know, what happened? Why did we lose adult students? Did we change or did they change and we just didn't keep up with their change? And I think our conclusion is we didn't keep up with their changes and we need to do a better job keeping up with what the change is happening around us. A couple other conversations that we had, one about non-credit, that there continue to be some opportunities for more non-credit programming, maybe not a traditional boot camp, but some kind of way of doing open access non-credit. We've got a big market. We do really well with training for individual companies, but we know that there's a market for example, project management on a larger scale that we could look at. Then we talked about a little bit about our admissions and outreach teams and how focused they are on high schools. That's the place where they've always been good and they've been productive. But if we're really focused on adult learners, what's the best way to use their time? And do we want to do something different with the way that both our A&O teams and our marketing teams think about that? I think we're not there yet because I think we actually really got to the conclusion that probably the biggest thing we have to look at is what's our product for these students. So more to come on that over the course of the next rest of the semester. I would also say a theme we didn't get to too much, but we've talked about a little bit before is new program development. And does that need to be more micro-credentials? Does that need to be more certificate oriented? And what's the sweet spot in the market right now? And how do we connect more with business around that? So big topic, lots to do. Thank you for inspiring the conversation.
Thank you, Andy. And we'll go to Colorado Northwestern.
So Kristen Olsen from the United Way, one of our community partners, will present for CNCC. Okay, so our big takeaway today was that we want to retain our workforce and grow their skills with the understanding that there's a lot of changes happening in our area and our community. So we said we really want to build relationships. That was our overarching theme. So we want to bring people to this building in ways that maybe we haven't done before, with the expectation that everybody at the table here today, including the community, is part of that process. We want to target parents as potential students rather than always targeting or often targeting people who are leaving the high school. And then lastly, research post-certification. And again, understanding that our community is undergoing a lot of changes, we all have to be part of creating something and inviting people to a really awesome space that we have here at CNCC.
Great, thank you. All right, next we have Denver, Community College of Denver.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And first and foremost, of course, we want to also thank the system staff. I think, is somebody over there not? Oh, 1 second. You need to turn off your sound. Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. We organized as 4 different teams here at CCD. So I've got a team here with me and 3 other teams across the college. But first and foremost, really want to express CCD's appreciation to the system staff for all of the work that went into the entire day, and particularly this robust data set along with analysis has been really incredibly powerful for us. So we'll start out with some of our data ahas, if you would. You know, as we look at our enrollment, you know, CCD has had some pretty precipitous declines in overall enrollment. And when we looked at our traditional student enrollment declined by 15.6% and under 18 by 12.8. And you juxtapose that by the enrollment decline for adult learners being just around 4%. it was a little bit of an aha moment for us. So we're doing something right with our adult learners in keeping them. And particularly when you think about our 30 to 34-year-olds, we actually had a 4% increase in enrollment. So we're not sure that we know exactly why, but it was certainly a welcome surprise as we dive into a conversation about adult learners. And of course, as you can imagine would be relatively common sense, it was nice to see that there was a 10% course success rate improvement of adult learners over traditional students. So some of the things that we talked about across the 4 groups, number one, first and foremost, was that CCD has a strategic plan that started in 2020. It was a 5-year strategic plan to 2025. And one of the elements of that strategic plan was implementing alternative course formats, be that evening, weekend, accelerated, fully online, bilingual courses and programs. And it's time to get past, and then COVID happened. We need to go ahead and actually execute on that part of our strategic plan. All of the groups, of course, talked about having stronger connections with our community and meeting adult learners where they are, and how is it that we can bring some non-credit offerings and really strategize to make sure that we have a seamless enrollment for non-credit students, application process and enrollment into those courses, and how it is that we translate those then into our credit courses, which of course led to the conversation about credit for prior learning and PLA. And I think what we really walked away from that conversation with was we're trying to take on the entire issue when perhaps maybe the elephant is eaten best one bite at a time. And we need to think about our veteran population, or think about 3 to 5 programs where we can really focus our efforts in credit for prior learning and prior learning assessment as test cases, and then think about scaling those to the rest of the organization. We were really moved by the student earlier who talked about having a degree and going to job interviews, and she was asked about her certifications and not necessarily her degree, and questioning ourselves about, do we actually know what those certifications are that our students are being asked for? Are we providing those? And are we making sure that students know about them if in fact we are? We then really kind of stepped into a conversation about the fact that we do exit interviews of employees when they leave the organization, but we don't necessarily do exit interviews of our students. We do a great job of capturing the success stories and knowing why they were successful, but it would be really helpful to know why students decided to leave CCD and or didn't find success. That, of course, led us to the data point about dropouts. And that's a sobering data point when you think about thousands of students exiting CCD, dropping all of their courses before the census date, and what that means for our ability to increase post-secondary attainment rates, and really what it means in our business model. And then finally, alongside, having the platform for non-credit courses, was really thinking about, are we using the same language that our employers use? And perhaps our employers are looking at degrees because it's the only thing they can look at. And what would the world look like if we had skills-based transcripts that meant something to an employer because they were written in the same language that employers are using? And I think that's just about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marie, appreciate it. I'm going to jump to CCC Online, who also spoke with Tammy Verkateren about CCC Online and Colorado Online. So a brief update there from, I believe, John.
Yes. Yeah, we talked, had a great conversation and kind of echoing a lot of what has already been said. But some of the strengths that we talked a bit about was things like we're online. So that's obviously an advantage when working with adult learners in many cases. And that our courses, we do currently offer some flexible courses in terms of length. So we have the 15, 10, and 6-week courses, and with variable start dates throughout the semester. So I think that's an advantage or a plus that we offer. We did talk also about going forward, some ideas. We are currently piloting an embedded coaching model with a small group, but it's been fairly successful, and we're looking at ways of expanding that out, possibly amongst the adult learner population, to provide those students, especially those new to online, with some additional support to get them started in their courses. And then as looking at also possibly developing some training for our instructors around adult learners, and also military students, as was brought out, there are some special situations there that may require some additional instructions for our instructors to help guide them through that. And then as for the kind of next steps, mainly we're looking at bringing this topic up with the Colorado Online, the Strategic Online Reorganization work groups that we're all a part of, and making sure that these conversations are carried forward as that moves on. And that's it.
All right, thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you.
And last, we have Arapahoe.
But not least at all. So again, echo my colleagues in terms of the appreciation to the system for all the work providing the data, the panels this morning, very appreciative of their input, as well as the presenters. There's tremendous and very substantive valuable information shared. Julie Beggs, our Director of Workforce Development, has decided to be our Uber goddess in this work and helping to corral us. And so I'm going to turn things over to her so she can report out on behalf of ACC.
Thank you, Dr. Fuji, and congratulations, everyone. We made it to the end of the day. Woohoo! So I want to say a big ditto to all the comments that have happened before, and just a summary from ACC in terms of our next steps and our thinkings. Some of those takeaways for us were to continue to expand our student profile type, and what does that mean? As we look at the data, are we creating a scorecard and a dashboard that really helps us know when we have achieved the goals that we need to achieve for adult learners? And so beginning to grapple with that and understand that as a college. Continuing to expand the modalities of our course offerings and our programs, being able to do some of those same things that all of you talked about, weekends, evenings, different links. Does a learning outcome have to be achieved in just your normal 15-week pattern? And so beginning to push on that. Continuing to grapple with the benefits and the challenges of cohorting, and what does that look like, and how can that serve adult learners, but then how can it also inhibit the flexibility? Continuing to build on our non-credit programs and creating those pathways for non-credit to credit, and making sure that that becomes seamless, and creating opportunities for us to welcome students in that way. And then continuing to build on the partnerships that we already have with employers and the workforce centers, that those are going to continue to be crucial for us to get a pulse on what's happening with our adult students. And then finally, continuing to see what we can do to adapt our admissions and marketing work. The adult students are not as captivated, if you will, as the high school students. You can't just go to one place to capture an adult, right? And so how do we do that? And that's one of the biggest challenges I think all of us face with the limited resources that we have. So again, thank you for this opportunity. It's been great to share with all of you.
All right, thanks so much, everyone. We're at the end of our program, and thanks for the last extra 9 minutes. Joe, do you have anything final you'd like to say to the group as we close out today?
I have so much to say, but I know we're out of time and no one wants to hear another long soliloquy, but it was great. I really want to thank the IR people and everybody on the planning team, and you, Landon, for putting this together. I thought it was really helpful. I love some of the ideas I heard at the end from, NJC talking about, and we've never talked about this, cultural competency to serving adults, when we talk about it all the time with serving other demographic groups. I loved MCC and others talking about revisiting the college marketing approach. How do we reach the adults? Otero talking about contacting local employers and trying to collaborate with them on identifying needs, and Andy's suggestions about completely changing course delivery, looking at 5-week courses, for example. I think he said break out of this semester box. I really think we need to do all that. So I'll stop there. There were so many other good ideas. I just hope we cannot let it stop now. We've got to keep moving forward. We've got to take these ideas, build on them, implement them. We know they're not going to turn things around immediately. We're going to have to be patient in terms of results, but not patient in terms of making the changes that we know we need to make. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Joe. We'll get a recording out and materials out to folks, to all of you, and then whoever else on your teams could not make the day or even all of the day. So thanks again and have a good rest of your day.